Oh, good, good, good. But you're still, but your proposal, right? Proposal still gets reviewed, expedited, and normal. It's not like blank slate, right? It's not like you just like ignore our process, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like typically it takes 1 to 2 weeks. So you do 3 models, right? There's emergency, which is 1 to 2 days. Expedited takes 1 to 2 weeks, and our normal days basically takes like 1 to 2 months, right?
Yeah.
So our entire budget process takes over a month plus the payroll to make sure that every single component of the organization's budget is done properly, and there's not corruption, that there's not issues and problems, that everything's organized. That takes months to do at the highest level of professionality, right? So when you do an emergency proposal for payment in 1 to 2 days, it's impossible to do the normal accountability and review that it typically takes to make sure a budget is in alignment. Do you guys understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
basically, if you get approved for the emergency, you also go through the expedited and the normal process. It's not like the emergency process gets rid of all accountability and you no longer have to go through any processes at all. Do you guys understand?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So, are we doing the process now? Do you mean we are to do it now?
Do what now? To do what?
To go through the processes you're talking about. So, are we doing it
We're
right
just trying to
away?
vote.
Take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
We're just trying to vote on the processes for what is required to be done for a back pay proposal to make sure it's more accountable. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah. So everybody has access to back
Yes.
pay,
Yes.
right? You can do back pay as a normal process in our normal payroll model, which you can say, oh yeah, I would like to request back pay in the next payroll. And it goes into the budget and everyone discusses it and it's part of our budget process, right? The expedited would be, okay, I need back pay in like 1 to 2 weeks. I need this really soon, but it's not like an emergency, right? So that would go through a separate process. Whereas the emergency proposal, it's like we can get you money in days as long as there's agreement, right? But just because we gave you money in 24 hours, like we did today, it doesn't mean that we also ignore the expedited process and the normal budget process. Does that make sense? So basically, if this is approved, then the back pay proposal is sent to the expedited process, right? So then you go through the expedited process, and then if approved, it goes to the normal process, and then if and then this is our normal budget, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's like you go through the layers. Like if you do it normal, it just does the normal, right? If you do the expedited, then you still go through the normal. If you do the emergency, you still have to go through the expedited and the normal.
5-minute break.
Oh yeah, thank you, Lucy. So let's take a 5-minute break. We still have 5 minutes on this topic, so we're making some progress. So let's put 10 minutes left here. 5-minute break, 5 more minutes on the topic.
begin
It's
the
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
All right.
Okay. That
I'm back.
Okay. So okay, so basically I think the best way to look at this is that we already passed the first proposal, and we're really just going into the types of processes. So the proposal would be, approve the following details for how each um, payment procedure works. Right. So, for example, the normal procedure. Proposal to approve the following details of each payment procedure and how it works. So the first one would be, this would be like an umbrella proposal. So proposal is that, workers can request additional payments, including back pay, within the normal budget and payroll procedure, and this would be by the full moon and is applied to the next month's budget within 6 weeks, or next month's budget process, right? Within 6 weeks. Okay, so if you want to request back pay, it goes in the next budget. Possibly it could even happen earlier than that, right? So that would be like the first one. The second one, for the expedited procedure, and then the normal procedure involves full, detailed accounting, review of the team, review and voting by HR board, multiple options, evaluation, accountability,
Time to pause.
public
Please
review,
stop.
all of it, right? So it's like
Close
a
your
full
eyes. Count.
multi-month
1, 2,
procedure,
3,
right?
4, 5. Open your eyes.
So 1 or 2 months, right? So then the expedited procedure would be that workers can request additional payments, including back pay, within an expedited procedure, and this can happen at any time. Okay. And then within the expedited procedure, this would be 1 to 2 weeks and would involve whatever we decide to put into it. So I would say that this should involve but oh yeah, another part of our normal procedure is bus and cuss loans, etc. Right? So I would say within the expedited procedure, we do involve a mini cuss review and loan evaluation for income, right? And then also we would, make sure the HR board has a full week for review, or even
1 minute remaining to the topic.
All right, and then what was the other thing I was gonna do? It was unbus require each above vote, including current budget, and then also that we could consider a budget update, especially if the budget it is the beginning of the month, right? Or mid-month, right? Mid-month. At the end, just go to the next budget, right? So that would be the expeditor procedure, and then the emergency procedure is basically we already know what that looks like, but the proposal would be that workers can request additional payments, including back pay with emergency procedure, and then if approved, the uh, payment proposal still goes through the expedited procedure and normal procedure, right? And so this one for the proposal for the expedited is that the proposal would still go through the normal procedure as well. Okay, so this proposal is,
Now
I think, very
inhale.
clear at this
1,
point.
2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2,
Let's
3.
do view up to finish on the proposal.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Exhale. Relax.
Yeah, if we want to vote now, we can go ahead and vote now and do a view up. Otherwise, we can vote on it later. But I think the proposal is clear now, at least. So do we want to continue this topic, or do we want to go to the next topic? The next topic would be...
Since we are on, I would like to say something since we are on back pay loop call.
Well, we're not on. Do we want to increase the time on a view up?
Yeah, you can just do even if it is 8 minutes.
Okay, so let's do a quick 6 to 12 minutes. Does that sound good for topic 4.1?
Yeah.
Is there any objections to continuing for 6 to 12 minutes?
No.
No
that was
objection.
a good question.
So let's at least get to questions. Again, even if we don't get to questions, I'm still fine. And
Okay.
overall, to me, this is all breaking policy because I feel like overall I was not prepared. So I'm going to say 0.25 hours policy training for not having my proposal prepared before the session. So usually I try to have proposals prepared, but this particular proposal is a little bit more complicated. All right, so we have 12 more minutes. Let's set the timer so we don't forget. Hopefully we have multiple timers going. All right, so just to finish this, so the emergency procedure is 24 to 48 hours, and it only requires team vote and 24-hour HR board. Not really review, it's just like notification, right? It's the notification to the HR board. Okay, so that, but then it still requires us to do the additional expedited procedure. So the main thing about this proposal is that yes, you can do a emergency expedited procedures, but just because you do an emergency procedure doesn't mean you skip the expedited procedure, and just because you do an expedited procedure doesn't mean you skip the normal procedure. All of the value always ends up in the budget. Okay. So are there any questions on the proposal? Hopefully that makes sense now that it's like organized and clear, right? So yes, you do the emergency procedure, but the emergency procedure also involves the expedited and normal procedures. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time to
I have a concern.
close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Yes, concern.
Yeah, I feel like when we are doing the back pay proposal and sending back to HR board, sometimes I don't think whether, because in the proposals you state always you are not allowed to state what you are going to use. Even if maybe you can say it is emergency or a normal proposal, they usually like turn back, they can say no, and it affect the workers because they don't know why that person is asking for back pay. These are big concern. I rather propose other, like we have, I don't know, we have other team that they can view our proposal after team voting, then they make a decision rather than the other HR board members. Some of them that like
Okay, so
for me, I feel like if there is a concern, they don't really make a decision regarding the proposal. I don't know how they really come up with.
the
I
decision
think
is okay. Can I answer it? So for me, this is a little bit more than a question, but I understand the concern, obviously, right? So the organization needs to make decisions based on budgetary constraints and budgetary matters, right? So we have money, sure. We don't have money. It doesn't matter what the money is going to be used for by the worker for their back pay. That's the decision. But under these policies, it's not just back pay, right? This also includes benefits. So we have a list of benefits. We have health benefits. We've got internet reimbursements. We have electricity. I'm adding food, water, also add even funeral expenses. I want to add also children's education, right? So all of these benefits would require receipts and would require verification of the cost, right? And so the proposal would say specifically, oh, also this includes like equipment, right? Like computers, solar panels. So all of this includes exactly why, like let's say your computer breaks down and you can't work without a computer. That could be an emergency computer like purchase, right? So that would need to be known exactly what the money is going to be sent on, and it would be verified with receipts. But when it comes to back pay and all personal worker payments are
Time to
a
stretch.
black hole,
Please
right?
stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Quick stretch. So to answer your question about why do we not allow workers to state what they're using the money for is because we do not require workers to tell us their own personal budgets and personal information about how they spend their money, right? It's just we don't want to know how you spend your money. You should be, once you make your money, right? This is your work for your time, for your money. Once you make your money, it's not our business how you spend your money, right? And it shouldn't be our business, right? So the opposite of that is basically like who can make up the best story to get the most amount of money, right? So if back pay and getting paid for time is all about making up stories, we've been there, done that. So the reason why we have this policy is because what used to happen is people would get on our meetings and they would just give us the most saddest stories, and it was almost a competition for who could make the saddest story. Oh, my child is dying of this and they need the medication and we need $500 by 3 hours from now or my child's gonna die, right? Or someone else could say, oh, someone lost their leg and da 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 da. And it's just these horror stories, and we're not verifying it, right? Like we're not sitting here verifying how people are spending their money. It just doesn't make any sense, right? People get paid, they spend their money on what they want to spend their money on. We're not trying to verify it. Does that make sense? Because
okay.
otherwise the voting on the money just is like who's better at telling a story, regardless of whether it's true or not. If one person's really bad at telling how terrible their situation is with their family, they don't get money. But another person, even though both are telling the truth, they're really good at telling the story, then they make a ton of money. Like it just doesn't make any sense that storytelling is the basis for whether you get paid. Does that make sense? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because then
Yeah.
we're not here to verify people's personal lives and what they spend their money on. Right? And like, let's say you go and you spend, let's say you have $500 and you spend $100 on this, right? You couldn't verify if you spent that $100 on it or if you spent the other $400 on it or what you're spending the other $400, because you could go spend, if you have all this other money, you could go spend it on a vacation going to somewhere else, and then you happen to spend the other $100 on something. I mean, we would have to verify your entire budget, what you're spending every single penny on, in order to actually know whether or not you're spending all the money like you said you were. You see what I'm saying? It gets very complicated because people always
Time
have
to
multiple
pause.
pools of money.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Anyway, so if you want a benefit that's a health benefit, your reimbursement, electricity, food, water, funeral expenses, children's education, all these things I want to add to our benefits list, then those are verified. Even if they're emergency payments, they're verified as knowing exactly what the money is used for. But for just normal back pay, it's just normal pay, and it's not. We don't want to know what you're spending the money on. All right, other questions and or concerns?
I want to ask a question. So, Jay, is that okay? I want to ask a question.
We're on questions, yes. The proposal, just to remind you, is approve the following details for how each payment procedure works for the normal procedure, the expedited procedure, and the emergency procedure, and specifically that each procedure goes to the next procedure. Like if you do emergency procedure, you still have to do the expedited procedure. If you do the expedited procedure, you still goes to the normal procedure. So that's the proposal. So question.
Okay. I will also ask
So the
question
question,
afternoon.
so my question is for the benefits. I don't know if it's right for here, but let me ask anyways. When does the benefits come?
When does the benefits come? What does that mean? What benefits?
The health benefits, the
That's whenever, for example, we have $250 per half year on health benefits for the entire team. We already spent that on Sandra. So Sandra's basically went to the hospital, had surgery. We gave her $250, and we spent all of our health benefits for the entire team for the entire until July. Right? It's the first time we've never spent all of that ever before. The first time.
yeah. What about others? For example, electricity, food, water,
So food, water,
equipment.
funeral expenses.
No,
So yeah, let me just bold the ones that we have. So health benefits already included. Internet reimbursements already included. Internet, electricity. I would argue that any electricity or cost above what you had before should be included because it's the same as internet. And then food, water not included. Fundraise,
And what about
funeral expenses not included. Funeral expenses, and then children's education not included, equipment included. Right, so these 4 things are currently included in our benefits packages based on agreement in the budget.
Good. I have a
I'm
question
really
now,
seeking
Jay.
to
and
understand.
what about
Really seeking to understand because there are on this list there are things that
Final
are
breath. Please
kind
stop
of
and get ready.
monthly
Inhale. 1,
things,
3.
monthly
Exhale.
items,
2.
or weekly items that may be required.
1,
So if
2.
the benefits,
Exhale. Relax.
so if the benefits, are coming maybe at a quarterly basis, and it's just there that one person requires it and it's taken for one person, it becomes a problem. So I'm just saying, if we can address some of these items that are basic needs, that are basic in terms of scale of preference, daily needs. We need internet to do the work, right? We need equipment to do the work. We need, several items here to actually function in the work to get the work done
electricity?
in a month. So we can, we need to kind of segment this to make it better than, than health benefits. Health benefits, yeah, should be something that is just, I mean, like we've taken health benefit and given it to Sandra. If anybody else falls sick and needs to do something else, it becomes a problem, right? So I'm just saying maybe we just need to segment it. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Sure.
Cool. Yeah, well, I think getting more income and increasing our budgets will help a lot too. So we are out of time on this again. So shall we go on to the next topic, or you guys want to increase? Did anyone else have anything they wanted to say? before we.
Okay, I just have a quick question. I will do policy training. Does that mean in future, if we have funding for funeral, that person required to give us exactly the receipt what the money used for?
Yeah, anybody who is getting anything that's not back pay in advance, back pay in advances do not require receipts. We don't
Yeah,
want
I
receipts.
know that.
We don't care what you're spending money. Everything else requires receipts. So, for example, if Sandra does not produce the receipt for her $250 to $400 for her surgery, we could basically say, oh, like, look, we're going to take that out of your pay. Like, it's not, if you can't prove that you got the surgery, that's a problem. You see what I'm saying? Because we
Yes.
gave her a pre-reimbursement. She never had a receipt,
Yeah.
right? We were a pre-reimbursement, and so we don't actually have any proof of how she spent the money yet. So when she comes back, she'll be required to give us that proof,
Time to pause.
just like everybody's
Please
internet
stop.
reimbursement.
Close your eyes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
1, 2,
How many minutes policy
So
training should I do?
Jay,
0.1 hour. I think we're going to 0.25
Okay,
hours.
0 point. No, I'm doing mine already only 0.1 for
Yeah.
asking question.
okay, so Jay, I want to ask if we want to get the internet reimbursement and electricity reimbursement because that is very much required for doing the work. How do we go about it? Do we have to propose for it or something?
No, so
And like Namno said, I feel
internet reimbursement and electricity reimbursement, in my perspective, that goes onto your POP, right? So we've never done an electricity reimbursement before. We do not have that on our budget. It's something that we should add. But in my mind, it is the same thing as the internet, right? That basically, if if you're, I never thought about someone's electricity bill going up because of their work with FQN, right? So, but if their electricity bill is going up because of FQN, it would be very easy to prove that along with their internet bill changing or going up, right? So under our policies, we are willing to pay the difference in cost between your previous bill and your new, more expensive bill. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, that
so
that does.
where does children's education and food
None of these are
where do
approved,
those
right? This
ones
is
come in?
not approved
Okay.
yet. So these are all proposals that we want to add to the benefits budget. Yeah. So nobody should be hungry. Nobody
Oh.
should not have access to water and food. Because how are you going to work if you don't even have food? That's like electricity and
But
internet.
Jay, you said so. But if I said I'm hungry now, you're gonna give me food because um, it looks like we do it on personal and individual basis. But I think these are things we need to propose for and know if we're adding so that it doesn't look like somebody just comes up and said I'm hungry and we give the person money, but because another person is hungry and don't feel like coming out to say it and the person remains hungry. So these are the things we need to consider. It's just like what Namno is saying. Somebody can come up and say something and is addressed. Another person is passing through that and
Yeah,
cannot
I
come
mean
to say, and person is
the food one is so easy to take care of, and we could add this here, like food, water, benefit. Like I've already agreed in relation to Lucy that it's unacceptable for someone to go hungry, and
Time to
it's
take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever
so
you're about to say.
all right. So we
and
need to take a break.
for 6 minutes.
We need to take a break. But the bottom line is that yes, there's no reason anyone should be going hungry. That doesn't make any sense in the context of us doing work, right? So if that's an emergency situation, it should be taken care of, and I would prefer to take care of it on a organizational level and to prioritize that as an organization and make sure we take care of everybody. But in relationship to my personal feelings about it, I personally am willing to do everything I can to make sure that people are not hungry and have access to water and things like that if they're working with us, because like that's just ridiculous. Right? It doesn't make any sense. So we can do that on Discord. We can communicate it at the end of the session, however long it takes, whatever you need to do. But I think we should also prioritize a topic on this. If it is an issue for the organization, we should address it organizationally, because it doesn't make any sense to do one person at a time. I mean, I don't personally have a lot of money. I only have
Yeah.
$100 of my own money, but I don't need to spend tons and tons of money either. I can't take care of myself anyway. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah. But anyways, it's a separate issue. I think it's time to go on a break. I think we're done with this topic. I think that the topic is fine. There's so many other back pay issues that need to be addressed, including the token payroll and the active work token, and the different types of recruitment and the access and cuts. I think we're kind of addressing cuts finally. But yeah, anyway, so
Okay, let me respond with regarding with the food. Did not like Gloria. I think you mentioned like not someone coming up saying about food. That was me coming up with that. It's not that I'm making up maybe stories out of my situation. No, it's just if I don't have food,
Okay, so
they don't have. I can prove you why I say I don't have.
No.
I can give you my email to
Hey.
see
no,
the
Lucy,
reason why I was
don't
saying
take
that.
it personal.
No, it's cutting.
No, hold on.
No, no, no.
No, 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 no. I'm not
You don't
referring
know
to you.
my
I did
situation.
that. I said,
Uh,
no, Lucy, hold on. Let me explain. So I was just saying, where do children's education, funeral, food, and water comes in? There's something we talk about the health benefit, because the health benefit now we have $250, and it has been given to one person. And like we said, Nam also mentioned it. What if somebody else gets sick? So there are things that are basic need that should be added to every person, and not that we ask for it individually, but the company should take note. Like I said, and I said, okay, so even food, even what children's education and all of that, it doesn't make sense that we start tackling this one after the other. Because the truth is, yeah, you can we don't know your situation, and you don't also know another person's situation. So you just mentioning that it's handled, but I feel it's not something that should be taken on individual. But I can come up with another thing tomorrow. Okay. So, but we are saying, I'm not addressing you personally. These are things that have happened, and we are using all of them as instance. Okay, Ate's zone has just happened, and Sandra's own has just happened, and all of that. We're saying how to take, they put these things into the basic needs into consideration for every worker. So it has not been there. So, but there's need we do that. We are doing all of the discussion together. So I'm not taking it personal on you. Just understand me, please. Please don't misunderstand that. Not about you at all.
Yeah, thank you for making it clear. It has been like we have a form when I joined FQN long time ago. There is a form whereby you feel not everybody have a problem. You just state you meet basic need or you did not meet the basic need. This was the first thing when I joined FQN. I assigned myself. The first time I joined, there was a such form. I don't know whether they don't have that form right now. That was what I'm using by then. So it's okay.
No problem. Yeah, please, I'm not addressing you. I'm just a general. It's just a
Yeah,
general
okay.
thing we're talking about.
So we're okay, I think, on this topic.
Yeah,
Anything
so I think
else?
we're done with this topic. There's still a lot more to deal with. I'm making a list here of how do you go about getting the existing benefits, right? So these are the benefits, and then this is how you go about doing it. So yeah, make proposal, receipt. Um, yeah. So anyways, this should be added. So we want to add this to the joining the team packet, right? So everybody should understand how these benefits work as soon as they join the team, and make sure they have access to all their benefits. This needs to be approved by HR board.
And the break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Okay, so let's take a break. And in 5 minutes, we're going to come back and we're ready for the next topic, which
Okay.
should be proposals to get rid of pay stubs and back pay. Okay.
Back pay.
All right. So let's take a break and then we can get agreement on the next topic. All right. 5 minute break.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes. Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
Hello, are we back?
Yeah, that's good. So,
Yeah, we are
I
back.
thought I
Yes.
thought I was lost. Okay, sorry.
do we have any objections on topic 5?
Nope.
No objections. Okay.
All right, so let's do topic number 5, 12 to 24 minutes. So let me have 24 here.
I will do the tab.
Okay. So we had a few proposals from yesterday. One was the proposal to get rid of all pay stops, and the other proposal was like proposal to get
Time
rid
to
of back
pause.
pay.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
But there could have been other proposals that we missed.
Yeah. So we can make new proposals, right?
Well, I mean, these proposals are not really thought out or anything, but they're just the initial, I guess you could almost call them ideas, right? Instead of proposals. So first you have an idea, and then the idea gets worked into a proposal, right? So I get understanding about the proposal. But technically you could vote on anything, but obviously if a proposal isn't well thought out, it's a higher probability it won't pass. But anyway, who wants to start, get us clarity on what we're doing here, the topic. So mainly we're just trying to discuss proposals in regards to changing policies.
So what I'm trying to understand is you're already saying that the proposal won't pass.
Well, it depends what proposal. Which proposal you're talking about?
You said the ones that we have here are ideas and not proposals, right? That it's already certain it won't pass. So I'm just trying to understand
I
what
mean,
you.
we can propose it as is. If this is the proposal you want to do, we can propose it as is, and then we can address the concerns. And then as the concerns are raised and or addressed, then we can see about improving the proposal. But what you want to just go through? Go through one of these? It's fine. Like under our policies, we can vote on anything.
Okay. I'll
Then
just.
everyone can vote the way that they want, and then from there, it's we just address the concerns, and then if there's ways to address the concerns Also, one other way we look at things is we understand the problem. Like, so sometimes before proposal, you understand the problem, right? So you define the problem, and then instead of just pushing a proposal on the team, you do what's called a brainstorm for solutions. And then you list all the options. So you would have a list of options. And then, like we just did, we do for all of our sessions, anytime we don't know what we're going to do, we would list a bunch of options, then prioritize them. And then whatever gets the highest priority, we vote on that, right? So if we're not sure about exactly what the proposal is, then sometimes it's better to look at the problem and then list all the options that could solve it, and then whatever the team likes the most bubbles to the top. Right? That makes sense? So it's up to you how you want to proceed. But if you just want to propose something simple like get rid of all pay stops, you can do that, and then we vote on it.
Time to stretch. Please stop.
Okay, so
Stretch and move around for 30
that
seconds.
All of our pay stops represents probably 300 hours of consensus, right? Our back pay probably represents 600 hours of development and core values, and our entire basis for ownership and model, right? I mean, it's so I mean, these things are not just small things. You see what I'm saying?
so hello.
Yeah.
So can I go ahead?
Yeah, this is your time to do whatever you want. Just make it clear what you're doing.
Okay, so first I would want to apologize for leaving yesterday the way I left the meeting. It was just because my laptop was on 2%, and before I could even finish what I was saying, I guess immediately I finished or something, it went off, and I couldn't join with my phone because my phone is not set up for that. And what I'll be speaking on is the fact that we are looking for a solution to see how people can be motivated, see how we can remove every one of us here from our conversations yesterday. Basically, talked about the fact that pay stops are kind of demotivating us and giving us, or making us not be able to, or making us counterproductive, and all of that. And Jay has been very vocal on the fact that the job needs to be done. And so it looks like we're just going back and forth, and all of that. And it's something that we really need to step up to do the work that we need to do. And for us to step up to do the work that we need to do, we need to basically have the right motivation. Why I keep saying this is because maybe from what I know, and I've studied a bit in the organization. In organization, I believe that everyone needs to be workers needs to be rightly motivated, and to get the job done. And then workers need to also show a level of commitment, you know, as we towards the work, that is
Time to
going to
pause.
be done.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So if I think I'll be just focusing on pay stop. I think yesterday I said something about back pay, but I had a rethink on that, and I think back pays are basically good for us, especially what Jay has explained today. So the only problem that I can see, I mean, this is my opinion, only problem I can see, except I'm sharing, the thoughts of some of us here. The only problem I'm seeing are the pay stubs, which are literally the pay cuts, that makes a worker go back and feel like I just, you know, I just didn't bring anything back home, and you know what that means. So I would like to make a few proposals, if you would let me. And I don't know. So, okay, somebody's typing. So my first proposal, my first proposal would be that I will propose that Jay, we remove all the pay stubs and pay cuts where they may exist, and in turn, workers will give 100% prioritization because, I mean, 100% prioritization to deadlines and income generating tasks. Because we see that the reason why the pay stubs are put there in the first place and why the pay cuts is because we don't have money. And Jay always says we're not meeting deadlines. So we I would propose that we remove the pay stubs and pay cuts so that workers can give their 100% prioritization to deadlines and income generating tasks. And that being that prioritizing income generating tasks at 100% every month, workers have to enter into an agreement to a commitment pact with colleagues to complete prioritized income generating tasks every month. That is just what I had said yesterday, that we need to have kind of select income generating tasks and other tasks to a number that we know that if we are able to complete this task every month, complete this, number of tasks every month, we will be talking about having a sizable amount of income coming into the company that will take care of paying, our salaries, benefits, and all of that, and also for the
Time to
company.
breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Secondly, the second details to my first proposal is that the structure of this organization. Yesterday, I heard people talking about, oh, Jay, said this. I think, and I think what we need at this point is that the organization should, have a structure. Because what I'm seeing right now is the fact that we are put in here into waters and we're left to swim, you know, left to swim. Which one? It takes time for productivity to come up, and nobody's really supervising anybody and all of that. So I would, you know, propose that we appoint chain of leadership. If we can have one general manager, two senior managers to oversee work in the company reporting directly to UJ, and then we can have managers to oversee to supervise work to completion at the departmental or team level for efficiency and maximum result or work output. This will basically allow people to, to be responsible for their team. You know, managers will be able to supervise the people in that team and make sure that that work is done, meaning reviewing work done every single day. So, for example, if Lucy or Joyce is given a particular work in a department and said, okay, today this is what you're doing, or this, that. At the end of the day, the manager reviews those work that have been done, and then the next day either starts there or the next, this thing. We will see that at the end of the month we would have met all deadlines, because as it is, we need serious supervision at the barest or level, the smallest level, for people to actually, you know, be be motivated. And then the next one will be that we have to, as teammates, be committed and show a level of commitment. So where a team's work is not completed for that month, that team manager and the senior manager and team members will be held liable. For example, we can give first month warning to
To
the
pause.
leadership.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
We can give first month warning to the leadership, then last month warning to the leadership. That's in space of 2 months, and then subsequently remove or depose such manager or leadership, or anybody that may fall on, which is very necessary and can save as a deterrent to other people who are not working or who are not doing their jobs. But I don't see where people will not be working when you have a manager that reviews your work at the end of the day, or have a senior manager that reviews the work of a team at the end of the day. Now, number two, we have to give a time frame within a year where a percentage of back pays are distributed to workers. I mean, this was basically in preparation for this, and then what Jay has basically talked about today. I guess we can relate the two. So back pays are distributed to workers maybe twice or three times a year, except where an emergency arises and a proposal can be made by a worker to get the back pay for such. you know. But I think today Jay has, addressed this, and we can also, look into it as well. Then the next one will be that employees benefit, like the internet subscription, exchange fees, the things that we've spoke about today, food, funerals, um, you know, water, all those benefits that are necessities for running the, to being able to be productive, being able to be productive till the end of the month, are added to workers, pay in that month, meaning everyone must provide the receipt of their previous month to get a reimbursement. So it serves as a reimbursement, to the people. And then the next one, we explore the use. Yesterday, I heard we talking about payroll, and I mean, it came to my mind that we can actually there's a company that does the payroll thing, and that company is Deal. I don't know, Jay, if you have an idea about Deal. Deal takes away the stress of having to do the paperwork for payrolls, and having to do, find how to pay people, this and that, etc. So we can explore the use of external companies like Deal for payroll paperwork, and pay workers through the same, because they actually
Time.
help you pay
Break.
workers.
Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
We're at break time. Should we go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break? Or did you have something else you need to finish real quick? I mean, if you're almost done, you could just finish real quick first if you want to, but
Okay.
or
So
just take a break and we can continue when we're done with the break. So are we taking a break real quick? 5-minute break?
yeah, I thought we were taking a break. That's why I stopped.
Cool. 5-minute break, and then we come back again. You can continue. We have 8 minutes left on this topic. What? Or we can do this.
End
It's
of
4 o'clock.
break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Oakley dokley. Ning, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Okay.
We continue.
Well, yeah. So
Amber.
I said we can explore the use of external companies like Deal for payroll paperwork and pay workers through the same. Because yesterday people were saying that colleagues were saying that it will be better so that people can focus on their on the main task that brings money into the company. So I think all of us really want to focus on the task at hand and get the job done. So it's it's a matter of having to give that benefit of doubt. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Would anyone like to go next, or should I respond? Or
You can respond, Jay.
you want me to go? Okay.
Hello.
All right. So I'll go
Hello,
next.
Jay. Can I post the draft proposal?
What?
Can I paste the draft proposal on
Okay. So I mean, typically you would do that at the beginning. So
the notes?
that was actually one of my questions. If you had a written document or notes, because some part of it sounded like you were reading for something. So yeah, so you're required to submit all of the information that you do for your work so that everything is public and transparent, right? And so in the future, if you ask permission to submit documents,
Sorry, you're breaking.
can you hear me now?
You're breaking. Is it for me?
Can anyone else
Yeah,
hear me?
yeah, we can hear you, Jay. We can hear you.
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Or do we need to
Okay, I can
reset?
hear
Or?
you. Yes, I can.
Okay, so I was saying that in the
I can hear
future,
you now.
yeah, I was saying that in the future, it would be against policy not to submit your documentation information because we're all publicly transparent, publicly accountable. So just be sure to link and submit everything in the future, okay? But for now, whatever, just link it. But that was actually my first question.
What's going on?
Did
It's
you?
breaking. Is it just me?
Okay, I'll respond to you on Discord.
Yeah, Nanmo, you're the one. Something wrong with you because for me, Jay is clear, and you are clear also.
It's breaking. Just give me a sec, please.
You can refresh
Yeah,
yourself,
sure.
Namno.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay, so Most of what I said was applicable to Nemo, but if he can't hear me, then there's not a big reason to say it. But I will say that overall,
Okay, so please listen. I
oh,
can hear you now.
you can hear me
I
now.
can hear you
Okay.
now. Sorry, Jay. Please, can you?
The first
Yes,
thing
please. Go ahead.
is that you are required to submit all documentations and notes and everything in relationship to any work that you're doing with FQN. So in the future, it would be against policy to not submit all the documents. That was actually my first question. Okay, so did that answer your question?
Okay.
So just link it to the notes anywhere. Typically do it
Yeah.
at the beginning. What?
Okay.
So the answer to your question is yes,
Okay.
yes, yes, please link everything always. Yeah, good to link.
Okay. Okay.
And then as far as um, what you were talking about, lots of things. So the first thing besides the documentation was our leadership model. So our leadership model is just very open. Like I constantly am asking people to step up and take on leadership roles, and everyone refuses. And under our model, we don't force people to take on work. So if nobody wants to step up in a leadership role, if nobody wants to become an executive, there's really nothing we can do about that under our policies. So if you want to step up and be executive, you just can automatically be an executive and the team can vote you in or whatever if we want to do that. But the last person who was willing to step up and take on executive roles was Alberto, who we discussed some today. And then he left, and he also became a client, and then after that he left. Right. So and that was our last client as well. So that's the I don't know if that's necessarily the answer, but the bottom line is that the answer is yes. Anyone can step up to a leadership or executive role. That's the work, right? We're supposed to be doing that, but I can't get people to do the work, right? For me, I define that as the work that we're supposed to be doing, right? The leadership roles, our structure, everything is part of it, and we do have a lot of structure. It's just that nobody wants to put the effort and time into doing and building the structure. In fact, we haven't done planetary sessions for I don't even know how many years because no one cares about the planetary sessions. No one's going to do it. So I'm actually excited about the pay stop for the Mars session. It'll be the first time we're ever doing the Mars session, possibly for like 5 years.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Yeah, so it's like the first time we've done the Mars session in years and years and years, and it's only because we have a pay stop for it. If there wasn't a pay stop, we wouldn't do it for another years and years and years. So yeah, so our planetary session is our global structure, and we can go into that as well. But the primary structure is the new world, the old world, and then you have the steering committee, and the steering committee there's basically consensus between new world and old world on primary steering committee decisions. And eventually we could split up into quadrants. So then the last two things I had to say was one is that my question to you is still basically what are your responsibilities, what internal operations are you taking on, what client work are you taking on, and then as far as the monetary situation, I mean, we have money. Like there's no question that we have money, right? So for me, money is not really the issue. The money issue is obviously related to me, right? I need like $3,000 a month, at least $2,000 a month for anything, right? So we don't have money to pay that. Like there's just no way that we can pay thousands of dollars a month to me and without firing everybody else, right? So I can't get paid without external income, but we have money to pay everybody else, right? So external income is important if we want to increase the budget and we want to pay me, we want everyone to get paid more money. But as far as paying people, we have $20,000 in the bank and we oversee hundreds of thousands of dollars of other people's money. So we have money. That's not really the question. The problem is we don't have money to pay people not to get work done. So let's stop there, and then we can see if we want to continue. So yeah, I'll stop there. We are over time, so 0.1 hours. Over time. Close it. So do we want to continue time? Probably should, right?
I think I think we want to continue.
Yeah. I would
We
just
we
say we continue another 12 to 24 minutes. That sound good? I think
oh
I'm
yeah.
5.1 continuing for another 12, 24 minutes, or we could do 9 to 18 minutes.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
You want to do 9 to 18 minutes or 12 to 24 minutes?
Yeah, 12 to 24 is fine. I guess other people would want to talk about the proposal and maybe we vote or something. I don't know. Just
Yeah, cool. So, I mean, it's very clear we're focusing on the pay steps. Awesome. So, yeah, I mean, as far as the proposal, I definitely hear multiple proposals as opposed to just one proposal. But it could be an umbrella proposal or whatever. But we can work it all out and get it all clear. Stimulus proposal versus oh. Yeah, so I mean, this is definitely would be an umbrella proposal. So you're saying it's 4 proposals, right? So it'd be like there's one umbrella proposal with 4 sub proposals, right? Is that correct?
I guess I mean that's what I could um
I would go through
I
these one at a time. Do you want me to just go through them, or does someone else want to speak in discussion?
yeah, I guess if anybody wants to say something, I mean, please, you're welcome to.
Does anyone want to say anything?
I guess number one proposal first. What's the number one proposal?
Well, I mean, it's all one proposal, but there's like sub proposals. So I'm trying to kind of understand these. So the first proposal that I have is remove all pay stops and pay cuts wherever they may exist. So obviously this would cut, would also, I don't know if it affects the 1.5 hours, but it might affect um, any income requirements for payroll, right? And anything that reduces pay, right? Is that what you're saying? Basically, anything that reduces pay. Would that mean that there'd be no back pay unless people wanted it?
No, no, when we say back pays are good, but anything that takes back pays, so just to for my understanding, right?
Time to
Back pays
stretch.
are the
Please
extra.
stop. Stand up and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Right, quick stretch.
Big stretch.
Okay, let's see the other. So I guess my main question with this first proposal is the pact, the agreement and pact that for prioritizing income generation tasks every month. Where does that come in? Does that come in before or after the proposal?
So it's just is so there. That's the first. That's number one. Is the first proposal, right? So everything, that comes is like a detail trying to explain, why those should be, that the pay stub should be removed. So um, It's basically the part when if FQN removes space stop, now the part the agreement part of the workers will be that, because we need to also put put up a form of commitment. So I'm not just speaking from one side.
Yeah, but what is the commitment? Does that come after the proposal or before the proposal?
It can come any at any point. I don't think I think it's inconsequential where it comes. So it can come at any point. We make the proposal, then pay stubs are removed, or pay stubs are removed. We make the commitment. I'm just thinking of what will be what will work best for the company and the workers, etc. That's what I'm looking at. Not just the workers, but also something beneficial to the company. Because I mean, without the company, we're not workers. We won't get paid either, right?
Yeah. So what about the time budget? Would this get rid of the time budget as well? I guess we could still have a slight time budget, but it wouldn't be based on any sort of reduction in pay. It would just be based on people not working. Okay. So I would still break this up into multiple proposals.
Time to
but
pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
yeah. Coolio. All right. So I mean, I think I understand the proposal. It's basically instead of pay stops and pay cuts, you are just creating a structure that you're holding managers accountable and building a some type of potential PAT or something else to encourage and support the work.
Agreed.
So the second proposal is just about distributing back pay. So I feel like this proposal maybe is not done in terms of like when and how and where, but what we do have already is we have our half year bonuses. So twice a year, we do a half year bonus of currently 25% of your hot proposed budget.
Does that come from the back pay?
Yeah.
Then it will definitely do do justice to that,
Yeah.
I guess.
It's not a lot, but it's just like a starting point. Obviously, if we actually were successful, we could increase our
I mean, if we're having other incentives like the food, the water, the all those other stuffs, I think it will do well. It will do well to you know to basically help. The overall idea is just that, so that people would know that, I mean, they still have, like, the company is still thinking of them, and there's still something coming. So kind of big motivation, right? Push them to do the work and keep going.
yeah.
And
So
then
the
maybe
second,
at that
the
point we can
third,
increase the percentage if it's possible.
yeah. So
Sorry.
the I feel like the first proposal is ready to vote on. The second proposal, I mean, unless we have a percentage and a specific date or what that means, it's hard to vote on it. It doesn't really mean anything, right? So
Sorry, I didn't
we have
get that.
to say what?
There's a noise in the background. Gloria, I think there's a noise in
Does anyone have anything they want to add? Corey, did you want to say something or? No, okay.
Gloria, you put on your mic. Maybe you wanted to say something. You can
Please stop
unmute
and get
yourself.
ready.
Because I
Now
had a muted
inhale.
with
1,
noise. Sorry.
2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
All right. So the first proposal I think is like ready to vote on. Obviously, we'll have to see what goes on with the actual voting and the plenty of concerns, things like that. But the second proposal, I would just add in the time frame and the percentage, and then what that would mean in terms of actual amount of money. Otherwise, what are we voting on, right? If it's not like an actual budget proposal, what does it mean? We already have half your bonuses, so this might just not be applicable, right? So I would say add budget to it, right? What percentage, how off, when, right? Percentage of amount and because without knowing how much it actually is, it's like what are we voting on? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So if, well, the percentage, like you mentioned that um, there's already something like that that comes twice a year, the half year bonus, right? And which I said it can actually work. So if it's twice a year, we can actually increase the percentage, you know, when that comes. So we just know that every half year we have our back pay coming in.
Okay, so I mean, again, so I mean, I understand the concept of the proposal. It just doesn't mean anything if it doesn't have actual amounts of money and percentages and when. So currently, for example, we do 25% of your pops. If you get paid $1,000, you get $250 every half year. That's $500 a year.
Okay.
So that's the current half year bonuses. And obviously, all benefits come out of your back pay benefits. Like that's what it is. All benefits, all bonuses, everything comes out of your back pay benefits.
So Jay, maybe a question I would like to ask. Maybe you would want to do the back pay explanation again, if you don't
Like
mind.
what back pay is?
Back pay, like where does it come from? Like it's the extra time on top of the budgeted time that one
Okay,
works.
sure.
Yeah.
So if we go to our recruitment site, so FQN recruitment, we're going to the details. And then under details, we're going to membership rights and worker rights. And then under membership rights and worker rights, we're going all the way to the bottom.
Time to pause. Please
And we're
stop.
going to
Close your eyes.
personnel
Count.
policies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So under personal policies, we're searching for back pay. So this is certainly not organized, but this is at least our official policy on back pay, even though it's not particularly good. It needs a major improvement. So back pay benefits are 100% at risk. It's basically an IOU equity held in US dollar equivalent, right? So it's held in US dollar equivalent. Anytime someone does not get upfront pay for their hours, they accumulate back pay. Back pay is used for our benefit packages. Because we have limited budgets, our expectation is that everyone gets a stipend and meets the minimum hours, and any extra hours go into back pay. Eventually, if we are successful, when we are able to cover all of our upfront costs, we can then budget payouts back pay starting with the most recent back pay. So it's very important to understand that, you know, if you had back pay from 2017, right, we always prioritize back pay from 2023 and 2024 before back pay of previous years. All back pay must represent output or deliverables, right? So back pay is supposed to represent actual work and output and deliverables, and no one should be accumulating back pay who is not producing output and deliverables. And that's where our whole policy is completely messed up, is that we're basically giving out back pay for whatever time people do and track, and we're not we're not tracking output deliverables and actual work hours, which is why I feel like our back pay systems are being abused and we have a loophole because we need to represent actual work and not just sitting in main sessions for 10 hours, right? It's like yesterday's main session was 5.5 hours. None of that was actual output or deliverable for the client work and everything. So that's where the biggest problem in the back pay, and that's where the whole loophole in the back pay proposals comes in, is that we are not doing the minimum required income generation for the team to actually do the work to pay the payroll, and then we're doing back pay above the actual cost of payroll without doing the UMCUS loan, and so we have a loophole, which is corruptible. So hopefully people understand that. So our current policies, what we're doing currently is against policy, but we don't have clear policy to prevent it from happening. So there's a problem, and I'm trying to fix it, and I don't feel like we're actually
Time to
fixing it.
take
But
a
we're getting
break.
closer.
Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
So hopefully that is. Oh, and thank you, Joyce, for this is great training on back pay, right? So hopefully it's clear about what back pay is and how it works, and it is 100% at risk, and it's equity held as owners in the company, right? So you're an owner with your back pay.
So question.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm trying to understand how how much it affects the base pay or the affects the amount of money someone is supposed to take home, because
Well,
where
on
we're
a
having all
hundred
this issue.
percent pay stop, that would equal 100% effect, right? So all of your upfront pay would go into back pay during 100% pay stop.
So if
So
we
if
remove pay
if
stop,
you have no pay stops, like let's say we get rid of pay stops, and this is how we didn't used to have pay stops until the last year and a half, 2 years, right? So if we got rid of all the pay stops again, then let's say you were budgeted for I don't know, $600 a month, right? So if you're budgeted for let's just say $500 per month, right? They're budgeted $500 a month, and then you work 50 hours per week at whatever $10 per hour. So if you do 50 hours a week times $10 per hour times 4 weeks, that equals 50 times 10 times 4, and let's say so that's $2,000, right?
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
under our policies, you would still only get paid $500, and then you get $1,500 of back pay because your budget was $500. So the $500 budget is what's called a max budget. You could also get potential bonuses. So maybe you get a bonus if you work all of that time 2x night. You might get $1,000 under our policies because you would get, if all of your time was nighttime work, you get $500 for the day, the normal pay, and then you get 2x for nighttime, so you get a total of $1,000, and then you would get $1,000 of back pay based on the total value or more, right? So that would be
So
without
is
pay.
it so is it okay for what back pay takes to be more than what the person takes home? Just based on the current policy.
I mean,
And then, like you said,
I don't get paid anything right now, so obviously I haven't got paid at all this entire year, basically, right? So
yeah, you said that.
I
So
don't
I'm just
get,
trying.
so I don't know what you're saying.
So I'm just trying to. So that's you. That's you, Jay.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have people here in Africa. You do. I was just reading something today, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
and somebody was explaining his conversation with an American. The American asked the person, "What is your minimum wage?" And the person mentioned the minimum wage of Nigeria, which was a little bit heightened. And then the person decided to convert that in dollars and went and checked to confirm. And when the person saw it, the person came and said, "This is ridiculous. You don't mean it." And then even found out that what the person mentioned was a bit higher than what the reality is. And that brings me to even saying that with the sites that we check minimum wages, the minimum wage you see on that site is very low compared to the standard of living of Nigeria per head.
That's why we do
What-
living our
Income.
jurisdictional values. The
Yes,
cost of living
what
is
you
the
see is,
jurisdiction. Yeah.
yes, is really low because right now we're having strikes. National Labor Congress is organizing series of strike for over how many years now, from the previous administration till now. They're doing series of strike for minimum wage to be increased. And what you just see is that they put a bit of $2, 2 naira in it, and it doesn't still make sense compared to the standard of living of Nigeria per head. So it becomes a problem. So that is why when we are considered, when we are talking about this, it's not actually that we don't want, it's what affects us. Because if we make 15,000, sorry, $1,500, and then you give us 500 and take $1,000 to back pay, it doesn't work for us. But when you
But then
go
you don't
check the
have to work
side
here.
and
You're not required to work here. You don't. You can go somewhere else and work where they'll pay you your $2,000. You get $2,000 somewhere, then you can go there and get your $2,000. It's fine. I have no
you're
problem with
not
that.
you're not getting what I'm saying, Jay. I'm making
So
an
you're saying that
explanation.
you think you have a right to work overtime and make as much money as you want. Like that's not a right. Like you're if you budget $500, why should we have to pay you more than $500?
Okay, so can I come in? Can I come in, please?
Yes, please. Please, maybe you can explain better.
Um,
If you
um,
want $2,000, then you put $2,000 on your pop, and then we pay you $2,000. Work.
I I don't even want to talk about the extra hours
And
being in
before
the
I
back
call
pay.
time to start, please get focused on the session.
I want to talk about the budgeted money agreed as the base pay. Now, you said, for instance, a worker is budgeted for $500 monthly max, and then the worker does more, so the extra hours goes to the back pay. But at this point, from my understanding of what FPN does, is we don't even get the actual amount budgeted for the month because of all of the pay stuffs and I don't know. So at the end of the month, even the $500 that was budgeted or you were agreed upon, you still don't go back with it because it has been affected with pay stubs and other things. So even if we are still going with the amount agreed for the month max, then we can now talk about the back pay. But at least, because at the end of the day, the amount you agreed, you're not even leaving with a half of it, something. So can we focus on uh, at least ensuring that we're going with the base pay that is agreed or budgeted for the worker? Then again, I want to ask questions on the proposal that you cancelled, J. Employee benefit, internet subscription, exchange fees. I wouldn't know why we cancelled it. Hasn't been handled. Have we agreed on something, a decision on it? So
What was
because it's very,
canceled?
very important. Those are the things that take care of the
What
workers'
what what
welfare
was canceled?
and their. Yes, I saw a proposal number three cancelled. Employee benefits, internet subscription. Have we addressed that?
Okay, so the reason why I crossed this out is because there's no proposal. This already exists, right? So everyone
Okay.
must decide in
So
this
I
team
would want to
that
know.
that's the
I
current
would
policy.
want to know. Are we? Are
It said
we
this is the
adding it to the
current
workers?
policy.
Are
It's
we?
already voted on.
Okay, yeah, I said there already exists. So how does it come to the worker? Is it added to the base pay, or you have to propose for it, or we have to add it to our POP? I want to know how the employee benefit comes in.
Which benefit are you interested in? Because everyone's a little different, and I wrote it all down. I will be
Yeah,
joining
I'm
to go through
interested
every
in
single. Which one?
Yeah, I'm
Time
interested
pause.
in
Please
internet
stop. Close your
subscription.
eyes.
Yeah.
Count
So
You said I
internet.
don't know if electricity is
four,
there.
five.
I'm interested
Open.
in internet subscription, electricity.
Yeah. So for
Oh,
internet subscription
wow.
electricity, it's basically the same thing. These are just your utilities, right? So this would be communicating with the team, whoever's
And
doing
then food as
reimbursement,
well.
and adding it to your POP. So you have to have your statement and your receipts and your
Okay.
documentation about your previous and your new costs.
All right. So anyone I'm interested, I should just add to my pop and get the receipt.
Yes, and
All
typically
right.
under our policies, that would take effect 6 weeks after the full moon, right? But we could make an exception or do emergency or do whatever we wanted to do. But the bottom line is it's part of the reimbursement process and it needs
Okay.
to be documented with receipts and verified on the POP with the correct statements, which we're really bad at, but we're trying to improve. Yeah.
All
And the
right.
electricity, we've never done the
So
electricity before.
please, can you answer my question on the budgeted amount for
Okay,
a
yeah.
worker?
So when it comes to the budget, the bottom line for me will always come back to the work, right? So Nemo has ignored my question twice now, so I'll ask for a third time. What are your responsibilities and your priorities? So for you, Gloria, I can see here that you put 2.5 hours into your internal operations on the first week, 2 hours in the second week. So that's a total of 4.5 hours. And then you did 1 hour and 1.75 hours on client work, right? So that's a total of less than, that's about 5 hours of work. Okay. So I have no problem paying someone for their 5 hours of work, but it's like, what are your responsibilities? What work are you doing for your internal operations and your client work? That's what you're being paid for. So if you don't want to work on the work and you don't want to do the internal operations and have clarity on exactly what your responsibilities are and exactly what you're doing, I have a hard time saying that you should get unlimited amounts of money, right? It's just for me it is a issue. The focus should always be on the work, right? Yes, the organization pays the worker for doing the work, but the worker is actually responsible for actually doing work. It's not a one-way thing, right? So that's basically what it comes down to. And then from there, I feel like overall the base pay obviously is always very, very low, right? But you have 10 hours of base pay hours, which is automatic, and we can see what that would add
Time
up
for
to. So it'd
breath.
be
Please stop
15.
and get ready. Now inhale. One, two, three. Exhale. One, two, three. Pause. Inhale together. One, two, three. Exhale. Relax.
So I don't actually
Okay.
see it in the budget.
Okay. Okay, Jay, can I
I
say
don't see it in the
something about
budget.
getting work done?
So, oh shoot. Um,
Yeah, Jay.
I'm about to tell you how much it says here. So BF
All right.
18,
All right.
and then do Gloria. Gloria. And this is just your base Gloria cups. BF 18. No, it didn't work. Bummer. Anyways, you were saying?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about getting the work done.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're done checking what you're checking.
Well, yeah, I asked you a specific question. I'd love you to answer the question. I've also asked Nemo 3 times as well.
Jay,
Okay,
I would
so
we
can I okay, let me finish now, no, then you can answer.
Oh,
So
okay, if you don't.
whenever you say which work you're doing, getting work done and all of that, and I hear a lot of times say someone step up, do the work. I'm not afraid of doing any work. After all, I signed up here to come and work, not to do anything. And but like we said, the structures and the systems here is really quite confusing. You come into a company where there's a lot of things to gotta put together and understand how it does. And then it's just like this morning when we are talking about Alberto, and he kept on saying who will come up, do, who will come up, do. I actually wanted to say I'll come up, do, but I didn't know any story about the Alberto whatever the document, the way what happened in the past. I wouldn't know, and I wouldn't even know where you want what you wanted me to do,
Yeah, we're
the
out of time.
documents to put up and all of that. So if I said, okay, I'm stepping up to do the work, and then they leave the work for me. So what do I do at that point? So a lot of times we say somebody needs to step up for this, but you don't have an idea of what that is. So if there's a way we can say, okay, like Nanos just said, I know that's why he's bringing up the department and everything. If we can be merged to the old workers to tackle it, the priorities, the deadlines, the work that we have left. If we can say, okay, these are the work, and then we're gonna go move into different teams to focus on certain work and jobs, and we are put together with people that have been there as we are working with them, because the
Time
other
to
day we worked with
please
Joyce.
close your
Um,
eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
so the other day we worked with Joyce on our TVA preparation and all of that. I must say that is the best training I've had in FQN, because she took it. That is what I call training and training. She took it one step after a time, not just someone coming to keep talking, keep writing, talking, writing, and then saying some words that you don't even understand. And I said I keep forgetting. I said I was going to bring it up. We're supposed to have a list of glossaries for FKN, because there are a lot of um, acronyms, terminologies for the company. Every organization have that, but it should be listed for new workers to easily understand and easily blend with what's going on. When you go through the glossaries, okay, means this means, because a lot of this, is you see you kept on mentioning on bus, on course. I don't know what they mean, and so I keep asking questions forever. So, but we can have this documented in a particular place. We have a lot of glossary. You go there, you read up. You know when something is mentioned, you immediately understand what is being talked about or discussed. So, all these things are causing confusions. I want to do work, but I can't say I want to do a work that I've never done. I don't even understand what it's all about, except I have someone, like I've also mentioned supervision, and then Namno is mentioning it. I don't have someone supervising. I say, no, you're not. This is what you need to do. This is how to do it. You're getting it right. You're not getting it right. So I don't just come up and say I want to do work. I kept on saying this since I came to FQN. If we can address this, I'm here to work. I don't even see the main session we have here and all of that is like discussing on how to do the work, but I've not really seen the work being done. Like if we're saying payroll, people are working on payroll, people are working on budgeting. I've not seen how that is being done. So I need to know how that is being done. What we are having in main sessions, and then if I say they say schedule and all of that, so it's confusing. Can we just address this? Once we address this, sometimes I'll be like, is it that we enjoy work not being done in FQN and we keep singing it as a song? Can't we just say, okay, this prioritize this, both of you, or this group, go and handle this, handle that, handle this. We give ourselves a time frame to get the work done, and the work is done, and everybody rest instead of keep repeating the same time thing every time. We're not getting the work done. We're not getting organized. Can we just say how to get this work done and get on it? So that is my point. So if you keep saying someone step up, can someone just come and do this?
Time
Can
to
someone?
stretch.
We are new. Some
Stop.
of us here are new.
Stand
We
up.
don't know how to do
Straighten
it, and we
over
can't
for
step
30
up
seconds.
except there's somebody that is there to guide and supervise and help us do this. Okay, I just learned how to link notes, create note, link notes. Joyce taught us that. Joyce and Namno, they had to put me through that. It's just a simple thing, but nobody has shown me before, and if nobody shows me, I would never know. So let's just segmentize these jobs, and then let's get it done. It looks like as if it's a big deal, but we can just get on it, start it, and then see how it goes, and we learn on the job as well. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, so we're over time. Gloria went about zero point 0.5 hours over policy training over time. So I don't know if we want to continue What are you guys want to do? I think Namo might have disappeared. I don't know. He was saying that his battery ran out or something. I don't know. Is Namo gone?
Yeah, he said he wants to get his generator started in 2 minutes.
Yeah. So, should we continue this topic or what should we do? Because we're way over time on this topic. There's certainly things I would say and respond, but I mean, we might as well continue, right? I mean, what do you guys want to do? Obviously, this is a major issue, right? Okay, so if it's just silence, I'm ready to check out and stop. Let's just check out and be done with the session. We've been here for hours. Why is it just silence? It's so weird.
No, I
Are you
was
guys
I was talking, then I saw
No,
that
it's not
I was on
silent.
silent.
okay? But don't blame me
I
for
was
that.
talking.
Okay, just talk. Let's go.
Yeah, I said continue. I said
Do
continue.
you want to continue? Okay. So does anyone object to continuing the topic? How long should we do? Maybe 18 minutes this time? 9 to 18 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, topic 5.2, 9 to 18 minutes. So I know you guys hate policy training and don't care or whatever, and I do 99% of the policy training, but just to mention, Gloria, you were over time by 0.5 hour policy training. I guess Mamoon did a little policy.
0.5 hours. I'll do the training.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to continue topic 5, topic 5.1.2. So, Gloria, were you done?
Yes, I was done.
Okay.
And pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And Namo's not here, right? So I have a couple things I could respond. Let's make sure we get the timer set up so we don't miss time. Would anyone else like to say anything before or after me? Okay, well, I'll just go then. So, I'm fine going back to the proposal and voting onto the proposal. I have no problem with that. But in terms of addressing this issue, like, some people will never get the work, and that's okay. Perfectly okay. As an organization, we have a right to hire and do recruitment and hire someone who does understand the work. Possibly even from the very beginning. Or maybe it takes them a week to figure out or whatever. But the idea that a worker has a right to not have any idea what their assigned responsibilities are and to not ask and not have clarity on that and then complain about wanting to get paid without having to do work. I mean, it's very, very strange to me. It's a very odd situation that we're in. Like if you want to get paid for not doing work, you make a proposal. It's called a back pay proposal, and then the team votes on it and we pay you. Like, it's not a big deal. If you want to get paid for doing work, you automatically get paid without having to make a proposal. That's our cooperative, consensus-based organizational system. That's the system that we've operated on for years and years and years and years and years. Okay, so under our model, without any pay stops in full team income from client work, even with the 1.5 hours per week per assigned work priority, the worker can still get paid 100% of their hours with no back pay. If you do not want back pay, you do not have to have back pay, which means that after an hour and a half of sitting in main session per week, you stop and you leave. You are not required to be here. Nobody is required to be here. If you want to get paid for 100% of all your hours, leave. You do not need to sit here for 10 hours in a main session. Go work on something, right? Additionally, in order to get paid for internal operations and client work for your 1.5 hours, you do not have to complete any. You just, okay, cool. You just schedule and you work on it and you log your hours and you get paid. 1.5 hours a week. It's not that hard. It's not that complicated. If you can't even say a single assigned work priority, that's not my problem, right? Let's address it and fix it, right? let's focus on the work, right? For me, that would be the
Time
priority.
for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
And then as far as like umbus and umcuss, umbus is the umbrella business, umcuss is the umbrella customer. So maybe you missed the umcuss discussion when we did the umbrella customer discussion. Maybe you missed that, but that's what it stands for. If you need more information on that, I'm happy to give you more and more details. But basically, it's not really applicable unless you're part of the umbrella customer discussion, which means that we discuss as our customer hat on. And then lastly, my question to you, Gloria, would be how many times have you proposed a schedule with me for normal work time, like not including RTBA, in the last 2.5 weeks we've been here?
Not including RTBA.
And not including RTBA, like just actually you wanting to schedule to work on anything that you need help with. Because RTBA is just like your
I,
assigned communication.
I've scheduled with Ate and I've scheduled with
Okay, so 0.
Joyce. I've not scheduled with you.
Yes,
Okay,
so
with
0.
you, Jay. I've not scheduled, and I thought I said I could schedule with anyone
Exactly, you can schedule with
on the
anybody.
team.
Of course, we're all here to help you, but you have to schedule. If you want to do work, you schedule. It's not my
Okay.
responsibility to get you scheduling. That's your responsibility, right?
All right. Yeah.
Coolio. I think that was everything for me.
Can I,
Name up. Yeah.
Jay? Can I answer the question you asked?
Please. Yes, that'll be great.
Okay. So my assigned tasks are monthly budget and payroll work, outreach and recruitment follow up, general launch support, website, etc., and RTVA coordinator and deputy, position, and then taxes work and coordination, executive VA work with, and then coordinating clients invoicing, etc. Communication, So I don't know if I should go ahead,
Time to
and I don't know if
pause.
I've answered the
Please
question.
stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3,
And I'm
4,
still
5. Open your eyes.
and I'm still learning to do this. I mean, I've worked with Lucy on some of these. I've worked um, with Joyce, and then I think who else? I think I've even worked with you, Jay. And so I don't know. I'm still learning. I'm new, right?
Yeah, but you get paid to learn, right? 1.5 hours per week per assigned work assignment, and you don't have to complete anything. You just get paid to schedule and work on them. And you've done 5 hours so far. You've tracked 5 hours.
Jay, please, how do we work when we've not learned to do the work? We will have to learn, and then we are learning on the job. We are doing the job, we are learning. I don't know. Do you expect? I don't understand. Maybe you expect us when we come in like magic. We already know how to do the work, and we're doing the work,
But that's
and knowing
exactly the
that
opposite of what I said. That's the opposite of what I said. I said you schedule, right? Let's say you're scheduling for
Okay,
taxes. You schedule to work on taxes, and you spend 1.5 hours to work on your taxes, whichever taxes that
okay,
you prioritize the work on, and then you track your
okay,
hours. And it's perfectly fine to track
okay,
1.5 hours per week per assigned work priority for training. And
okay,
even watching video, if you watch a video for taxes, that is tracked on your taxes tracking.
Okay.
You guys just don't understand. I mean, I've said this over and over and over again. Like, you do not need to accomplish anything to get paid or to bring the income into the team to make sure the payroll happens. There is no
Okay.
requirement to
So
complete any work. In fact, you can just do
okay.
training.
So
The question is just spending the time. That's what you're required to do, is to spend the time.
okay. So the time we are to track is 1.5 hours, and not the actual hours we did the work.
That is 100% wrong. It would be policy training for wrong information. Absolutely not. Everybody tracks their hours, the time they spend. You don't just make up
Okay,
hours.
because I'm trying to understand what you said. You said you did 5 point something and was supposed to do 1 point. So I'm just trying to get clarity. It's a question. I'm not saying.
Good. I'm just making sure. Like, don't just make up hours. That's called stealing, right? That's against the law, let alone against policy. But
Time to take
No,
a
um,
but
break. Please
you
stop.
just
well, I
track
won't
your
speak.
hours.
Whatever you were about to say, and take a break for
So
6 minutes.
if you work 10 hours on something under our policies, and if you work 10 hours in 1 week on taxes, on one tax priority, you're only getting 1.5 hours of base value. And the reason for that is because we don't want you to spend 10 hours working on taxes. We want you to spend an hour and a half every single week forever working on taxes. That's what we want you to do. So we want you to spend 10 hours on taxes over the course of 2 months. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you work 20 hours or 40 hours or 50 hours on taxes and you complete the taxes entirely, verified, double checked, triple checked, you get paid for all what we call actual active work hours on the taxes, regardless of 100% pay stop, regardless of any other pay stops or any other, you know, payroll income issues, period. Right? And this also goes to you, Nemo. Like, if you just complete the work, you get paid regardless of any pay stops. The pay stops are only applicable for not completing the work. But no one's expected to complete the work in their first hour and a half each week. Do you understand, Gloria? Like, we're not expecting you to finish the work every week. You're supposed to just spend time to, and you get paid to not finish, to not do anything. You get paid just because you're spending time, up to an hour and a half each week. You do not get paid to spend endless time forever on things when you're not supposed to. You're supposed to go to another priority. Does that make
All
sense?
right. Yeah. Okay.
And there's a very important reason for that, which is because nobody ever wants to work on anything else. That's just human nature. If you work on something, you want to just stay working on what you're working on. You don't want to work on something else because you don't know how to do that. You'd rather just work on what you're already working on because you're already working on it. And that's what we're saying you can't do. You have to work on something else as well. In fact, in Nemo's case, he's been assigned 7 internal operation and client work assignments each week. So he's supposed to be working on 7 different things every single week, which is much more difficult than working on one single thing every week. And that's what you're getting paid to do, is to do something hard, not something easy. So in terms of Mainmo, my next question would be, okay, I understand your answer to the question, what are your work assignments, right? I understand that, but my question is, what are you actually working on, right? What are your work priorities and responsibilities, which means like not just your work assignments, but your actual responsibilities in being organized as a worker. What are your priorities and responsibilities as a worker?
RTVA, coordinator and
RTVA,
deputy.
RTVA coordination, okay. And what are you doing for that?
And then I'd like to work on monthly benefits. Oh, sorry, monthly payrolls.
And we can assign many more hours. Like if you actually want to do the payroll and budget work, for Lucy and Ate, we assigned 4.5 hours per week to work on payroll alone, right? And so payroll should be getting done perfectly every single week because they should always be putting in their 4.5 hours in, but they're not. So it's like if someone else wants to work on it, we can, and we can assign someone else 4.5 hours to do the payroll and the budget, right? Or whatever needs to be done. So if you really wanted to work on something like payroll, we would assign you many more hours than just the hour and a half per week. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Jay, I'm also working on payroll. Um, I think I'm also working on payroll. I'm working on RTVA, and I would like to work on
RTA is not something you can work on.
yeah. Okay. So
RTA is
I'm
communication.
already. I would like to work on a social media setup and recruitment as well.
Great. Yes. So let's stop talking about wanting to work on those things and just doing it and just saying that you are working on that, right? So you and then you need to get clarity on
Okay.
specific
So,
responsibilities and assignments. So for payroll and budget, the next question would be, okay, what process are we on? What are we currently working on for the payroll and the budget? And then you go from there. Okay.
okay.
So it's unacceptable at any time to not know exactly what responsibility that you're working on and when the next step is and when it's due, right? And so if you're a worker and you don't know exactly the name of the responsibility, the exact link to the responsibility organizing training,
And
It's
the
4 o'clock.
break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
you miss the break. 5 hours, so we need to break. But anyways, the links is very, very important. If you do not know exactly what the name of your responsibility and process is, if you do not know the exact link to the process training, organizing, or the responsibility training, organizing, and you don't know the exact deadline and when and how and where and who is doing that work, then you're not working. That is step one or step zero. That's step zero of getting set up. So I should be able to ask you, what are you working on? And you immediately, within 10 seconds, tell me, I'm working on the upfront base payroll. I'm on responsibility number 3, and it's due on Friday. And me and Lucy are working on it. And then, Mamoon's going to be overseeing it and double checking it. Okay, maybe it took 15 seconds. Right? Do you understand what I'm talking about when I'm talking about work? Right? Work is not like, oh, yeah, I think I might want to work maybe one day on the budget. That's not work. Right? There needs to be specific responsibilities with specific responsibility links that are specific names and with specific deadlines, et cetera, et cetera. That's what work is. Does anyone understand or? Hello? The silence? Anyway,
Jay, we can hear you.
right, so
Can
let's take a
hear
break. We still technically have a minute left on this, so we could take a break and then maybe start voting or something like that. I don't know what we want to do, or we can just do a view up when we get back.
Yes.
But hopefully you guys understood that because it's very, very important. If we need to review it, I'm willing to review it another 20 times if we have to. I don't care how many times you review it. I might get frustrated, but I'll review it as many times as needed. So anyways, 5-minute break.
Jay, I'm starting with Alberto. He respond to me right now.
Yay, look at
I'm
what
trying to
happens.
convince
Actually do
him
work.
if he can give me them.
I mean, there's no convincing it. Just tell him that he needs to schedule with you and this is the time you're available and that he just needs to do it. Like if he doesn't want to do it, then we just bring it back to the team, and we vote on a deadline and then it affects his value and we just continue with that. Like
He's
it's not,
telling me to sign in so that he can give me the call. Let me try.
just do it right now then. Don't wait.
Yeah, let me try.
Anyway, do it. It's super easy. It should take less than 5 minutes.
I'm looking for the email.
Cool.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes.
Where
Count.
can I get this email?
3,
Joyce,
4,
can you help me with the email, please?
eyes.
Joyce? Jay, can you help me with the email? I'm trying to search on Pinda. I don't know it's under which before Alberto goes off.
What is the problem? You need what?
I'm looking for the email so I can log in. The email address. I think it was sent. I don't know. Yeah. Yes, I'm there. Get the email.
So you're looking for Alberto's account, right? This is the FQNX admin, right? FQNX admin at gmail.com.
Thank you.
And you still have the password, right?
Yeah, I see the password there. Let me see.
Perfect. Oh my god, that is so exciting. I hope this works.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
What's wrong with that?
think we are out of time.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
All right. So is anyone back or do anything? What's going on?
Jay, it say add a home address. Oh my god.
What's the problem?
Finally. I said add the home address. Which home
What
address
does
should
that
I
mean? What does at the home address mean? I don't understand.
It say add the home address? You can change or remove this anytime.
Are you asking me a question? Because I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm asking you the question. Ki enable the verification. The next step is saying add home address.
You might need to share your screen, but you're asking to put your home address in?
No, the steps.
What is the steps? I don't understand what.
Let me share the screen. I just say not now, and this is how it look like.
Why not now? Not now? I don't understand what that means. Not now. All I'm hearing is the steps and not now.
Wait. Let me
We
share
should
this.
do policy training for doing work in the middle of a main session.
Yeah, I will do the policy training because it's not easy to get Alberto.
I know. I'm just mentioning.
If I have to take that opportunity or anything, I can do it. Even if
It's
doing
fine.
it.
I'm just mentioning that we are breaking policy. So what you need to just add your. Did you log in?
So here is the email. Finally, we have it in. You can see, is 19% full.
Okay, but what is the? Are you in the account?
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, so now you need to change the
You,
phone. Did you go to security and change the
Time
phone?
to stretch. Please stop. Stand up and
Yeah.
stretch around for 30 seconds.
What?
Where can I change the details now? Yeah.
So go all the way to the right, top right. Click on that little flag. Yeah, click on that. A Google account. Yeah, the flag, the circle flag. Or go to the account to the left. Yeah. Okay, so then go down. So it's either privacy or security. It might be security. You're looking for a phone number. Two-step verification phone. So the recovery phone, right there, the recovery phone you want to remove, and the Google prompt, all of that needs to be removed. And you need to add your own phone. And then we also try to add an email. Oh wait, it does say that the email is already ours. So what does it say? Check
when
your
when I click that, it take me back again.
but the email is there, Jay. You have the email there. Unity, I saw.
What? Oh yeah, I think it says UnityNet. Yeah, so you might be able to use the UnityNet email to get into the account. So it looks like we did have
Yeah.
an email. We just didn't document the email recovery. But again, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to work
Which one?
because it says it has
You
it says
verify first.
we need to get rid of this.
Verify Unity Net.
Oh, we never verified it. Okay, we'll click on that and see if we can verify it.
Yeah.
Try clicking on the little arrow.
Oh yes, verify. Oh, it goes back to Alberto.
Okay, well, wait, hold on. Let me see if it works on my email. So Google, some plugins only updated. So this is, I believe this is
More ways to verify.
Yeah,
More ways to verify.
So I'm looking for Unity Net, UnityNet at Gmail. Is that it?
Yeah.
Unity, what's that? Unity.
It is Unity Net Global.
Net Global.
UnityNet Global. Okay, here we go. I'm going into the email. So unless I know I'm supposed to get an email, it's very hard. Okay, security alert for FQNX admin. New sign-in on Windows. Check activity. We noticed a new sign-in Google over Windows device. If this was you, you don't need to do anything. So yeah, that's all I got was just a notification. But it says that if I click on it, I'm saying that there is a problem. So I don't want to click on it. So I didn't get anything that was applicable. I can check junk mail, I guess. I don't know.
Time to pause.
There's new ways to verify. Where is it?
2, 3.
So
4,
try
5.
clicking on the verifying all the way to the right, the little arrow. The verify the email.
When I click on verify email, you still need a number from Alberto. You see?
Check your Galaxy. The Google send a notification of Galaxy. Tap yes. Oh, I see. Well, where's Alberto?
More ways to verify. Press more ways to verify. There will be
More ways to
more ways.
verify. Okay, try doing more ways to verify. I thought you were communicating with Alberto. So what is
Alberto,
your phone and
I
tablet?
communicate with Alberto has just disappeared.
So screw this. This is not going to work. Go back and try to change the phone number. So dismiss on the top right. So everything says it needs to go through the phone, right? So you need to change the phone number. That's the goal. So let's just change the phone number and then everything else will be fine. So go down to the phone,
Yeah.
right?
change the
Go to
phone.
recovery phone. Click on recovery phone. Go
Recovery
recovery.
phone.
There you go. All right.
Alberto.
And, to help you account say, so yeah, so then this is what you need from Alberto. We've already logged into the account multiple times. The problem is not logging into the account. The problem is getting your phone number and getting his phone number off of it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can you guys handle that or not?
What is
Yeah,
it now? Still asking Alberto to do.
Oh my God, so you guys don't understand. Okay, let me explain it very, very clearly. The whole point of your assignment was not to log into the account. Logging into the account is pointless. It doesn't matter whatsoever. The only thing that matters, what you guys have not done over and over and over again, is to change the phone from Alberto's phone to your phone. This is the only thing that matters. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
In real time, it should be real time with him, so we can.
Yes, but Lucy
so we
said you
can
were
get.
communicating with Alberto.
Yeah, Lucy, are you finished communicating?
When are
Let
you
me
finished?
get back to him.
Make sure it's clear that your goal in communicating with him is to get your phone transferred into the account. That's the point. If you're communicating with him about anything else, you're not doing it
I
properly.
don't communicate with anything. You can see the conversation.
So how did
Jay,
you?
sorry for that to happen. For that to happen, Alberto has to log out of this account. If it's
So
a Google
Alberto's not
account.
logging into the account. He's not even attempting to log in.
So he still has. So he still has the step two authentication. I think that's what they
On
call
his
it,
phone.
which
On his
allows
phone.
him,
Yeah.
for this to happen. So that count is still locked to his phone, whether he's in
Yeah,
it
that's
or
what I
not.
said.
But it's
Yeah.
still
So
Please
the
stop
whole
and get
goal is
ready.
to switch
Now
it from
inhale.
Alberto's
1,
phone to
2,
Lucy's phone.
3. Exhale. 1, 2,
so
3.
Lucy needs to.
Inhale together. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, let
Exhale.
me try, guys. You can continue. I see he's still like online. I don't know whether he will respond. Let's see. You can guys
Okay.
continue. Let
So
me
you should have made it very clear for him not to go away until the process was completed. Like you didn't tell him that it was done, right?
yeah.
What? Yeah, what?
I did not tell him I'm done.
Okay, so yes, good. Okay, so hopefully he'll continue to communicate with you until you're done, right? It shouldn't take longer than, it should be less than 5 minutes if you do it correctly. It's very, very easy and quick.
If he's responding,
All right,
problem is
so shall we get focused? I mean, we're way over our time on this topic. We're also completely off topic at this point. I already did policy training for that. Do we want to continue this topic, vote on the proposal, etc., or what?
Yes, continue and we'll vote on the proposal.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the view up. Where's it?
All right, so continue. We'll try to actually vote on the proposals. All right, so how long do you think it's gonna be? 9 to 18 minutes, 12, 24 minutes, and then I really need to get going. I mean, I don't think I can do any more than this.
Yeah,
So,
9 to 18 minutes, that's it, yeah.
all right, so we're doing 5.3. Are there any objections to topic 5.3?
This is 3. No objection, no objection.
Yeah. So the proposal, I think, is relatively clear. It's basically, where is it? Because I lost it. Here it is. Removing all the pay cuts and all this stuff, or whatever may exist. It's a little bit confusing because you probably should make it clear. For me, I identified in terms, I think there's 4 policies that relate to pay cuts. There's budget cut review. There is the 1.5 hours per week per assigned work responsibility. And then there's the pay stops. And then there is the income requirements. So my understanding right now is this only applies to the pay stops, but if we wanted to apply to more, we should certainly make that clear. Otherwise, we can just talk about options. I think it's also good to note that the original proposal, so I'll just put over here, well, actually I could put it first, is was one of only like 3 or 4.
Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
The original proposal was one of only 3 or 4 proposals that we ever got supportive consensus for. So it's very, very rare to get supportive consensus. But we certainly could compare the proposals and work that out. But anyways, let's go ahead and vote on the proposal. Does anyone want to oversee the proposal, or should I do it?
No, they want to do it. Hello, Namno, are you there? You're muted.
All right, so why don't I just do it? Or does somebody else want to do it? Because Namno is not communicating. Okay, so I'm just going to do it if no one else wants to do it, right?
Okay, Jay. Ay, Lord.
Okay, you don't want to do it. Is that what we're saying, Joyce? That you do not want to do this? You want me to do it?
Okay, Jay, please do.
Okay, so you don't want to do it. Okay. Anyway, so nobody is willing to do this proposal again. I think this is the 2nd day in a row that this is happening. So again, proposals are really easy. I don't know if this is a training or whatever, but you do the proposal and then you ask for questions and concerns and then we do the vote, right? So the proposal is to remove all pay stops and pay cuts wherever they may exist. So it's a little confusing, but I think it removes and it cuts the workers' pay, including income requirements. So maybe it is applied to more than just the pay stops and also applies to the income requirements, but I don't think it applies to 1.5 hours, but I don't know. Details, assuming workers will give 100% prioritization to deadlines and income generation tasks. Details, prioritize income generating tasks at 100% every month. Assuming workers have entered into agreement or commitment pact with colleagues to complete the prioritized income generation task every month. Details: assuming improvements to structure the organization into departments and teams, appoint leadership, right? So that could be executives and managers, all that kind of stuff. That oversee the work. So, but then the accountability.
Can you give me the code, please, from yours end for UnityNet
From
Global?
my email,
Yeah, UnityNet Global.
if it allows me, let's see what it says. So this one says recovery phone was changed for your Google account. Recovery phone account was changed. If you didn't change it, you
Time
should
to take
check
a
what
break.
happened.
Please stop. Write down whatever
Phone number
you're
removed
about
from
to say
two-step.
and take a break for 6 minutes.
Phone number removed from two-step verification. A phone number used to get sign-in codes was removed. If you didn't remove this number, someone might be using your account. Check and
I
secure
remove
account.
Alberto. Yes.
Nothing I need to do. A new sign-in on Windows. We noticed a new sign-in on Google account. I mean, it says there's nothing it's asking me to do. It says to only click if there is a problem. If you think there's a security issue, then go to your account. It doesn't
Verify
say,
the email.
it doesn't say to verify the email.
It says verify your email code. I'm waiting for the code from there.
Yeah, well, it's not coming up. I don't see any code. I don't see any email code. Let me check the junk. Nothing. Let's just give it a little bit longer. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so back to the proposal. Okay, so the details. So basically, just to kind of review the proposal, the goal is to remove all the pay stops, remove all the cuts for workers' pay, assuming workers will, then assume that workers are going to actually prioritize all the work and do all the work by the deadline, prioritize the income generation tax every month, that they're going to do all of the income work, everything. And then we're assuming that the new structure of the managers and the leadership and the executives are going to oversee all of the work to get done. And that if the executives and the managers don't do the work, then they are held reliable along with the workers, I think. It's kind of not clear there. And then they get a warning in the first month, and the second month they are subject to removal. Question on the proposal. So, I mean, my only real questions is just like confirming that this does not affect the 1.5 hours per week per assigned responsibility or assigned priority, and that it does not affect budget cuts.
Jay, where are you writing?
I'm on line 338.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm back. My network.
Okay.
I resent. Can you confirm again?
Oh, I heard something. That's good. It says, yes, here we go. 571500.
571
571
500.
500.
All right. Good work, Lucy. I'm very, very impressed.
Oh my God, I'm so done.
It's
Doing
probably,
Alberto is another.
your email is now a recovery email for FQN. Excellent. All right. So anyways, in the future, I really, really want to get everyone set up with their own, with the recovery emails and get that all organized properly. But let's not worry about that now. Just someone needs to prioritize that. So, and that would be under documentations, like documenting and security. Let me see if that is actually listed just to verify since we're talking about it. So we're on the payroll right now.
Okay.
And I'm not the payroll, the proposal. We're on the proposal right now. And we are going through questions. So does anyone want to reread any part of it, or should we just continue with the questions?
So, okay, so read.
Yeah, so we haven't added security yet, but I'm adding it. Security, key codes, passwords. Okay. So the question is just so my understanding is this would remove all the pay stubs and remove all income requirements, and that this would, and I'm confirming that this does not affect the 1.5 hours per week assigned priority, does not affect budget cuts. And then the other question that I have is when this would take effect.
Can I just ask a question for clarification?
Well, I'm asking questions, but you can ask a question about my question. It's fine.
Sorry. So I'm just asking which is the budget cut.
So basically, in the budget cuts, like you're saying that we can't cut someone's workers' pay. Like basically, you're saying that any and all things that cut workers' pay is against policy. Are we allowed to fire workers? Right? That basically, can we still cut people out of the budget? Like that's the question. Because that instead of cutting their by 25% or 50% here, they just lose all of their money, right? But then they don't have to work.
I think I'll leave it to other people to give their opinion on that.
I mean, my understanding is that it's not. I just want to confirm it. That doesn't, obviously, this does not affect our budget cuts. It only affects the percent of pay stops and the income.
Yeah, I think so. Except if anybody has a different opinion.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Oh, we missed a break again. Oof. 0.25 hours for missing break.
Is that a question mark, Jay? Yeah, confirming that this does not affect 1.5 hour week as a priority. Does not affect budget cuts.
Okay, so I mean, if we just want to move on to concerns, we can. If nobody wants to answer these questions.
I would like to share my screen for final thing, Jay.
Okay, be sure to do your policy training.
Yeah, I'll do it. I really handle this account with the care. I don't want maybe something again to happen. This is what is there. When I go to, it's saying your devices session on Windows, one Android phone. How can I remove this? One's Linux computer.
Well, I don't think it really matters. Just go to the security. As long as the security.
I am on security. I would like if there is.
Jay, you're on mute. Jay, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry. All right, so go back up a little bit.
I go back, okay? Let me.
Go back up a little bit.
Up or?
Yeah, go back down. Go back down. Go down a little bit more. Right there. Secure. Up. Right there. Recovery phone. That needs to be your phone.
Yeah, that's my phone.
That is your phone. Okay, so then go click on Google Prompt. What's that? You know what that is?
Google Chrome.
It's right there above the phone.
Oh, above the phone. Yes.
Google Prompt.
Yes.
What is that? What is that? Google Prompt. You need to be signed into your Google account on a phone to get a prompt. Okay, so Galaxy A03, is that your phone?
No, it's still Albert.
Okay, so click Manage Devices, and then can you add your phone and log in on your phone?
If I manage, it just take me to this.
Okay, so this is where you would remove all of the things that are not under your. See where it says Brazil? So that one's Kenya. That's your computer. You want that. So that one that says Brazil.
Please stop.
Mine is Kenya.
Count one.
I know the first one.
You remove Brazil.
Great, you want that.
Yeah, the first one is Kenya.
Yeah, so then the next one you want to remove for Brazil. Right, so then sign out.
Sign out.
Sign out.
Sign out.
So,
Done, but somehow it's still perfect. Okay, so then
The
that one
next
should be
one.
the Linux Brazil sign out. Perfect. Okay, and then that should get rid of it.
Then
Okay,
done. Let's let
and
me
then the
another
last
one.
one,
Another one again.
don't recognize something. So what is
Oh,
this?
nothing I can do. I don't recognize something, right?
Oh, it says it already signed out though, so I don't think you have to worry about it. It's already signed
Okay.
out.
Thank you. Let me do policy tracking
Anyways,
now.
again, I don't think any of that really matters. I think all that matters is the recovery phone. As long as it's under your phone, you're fine. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. So I think we're just ready to go into concerns, right? There's no one other questions that anyone has, and no one wants to answer any questions clearly.
Let me back to the session and see what you guys discuss.
Well, we're just on this proposal. So unless anyone has any other questions or wants to answer
line
any questions,
338, Lucy. 338.
338.
Line. Yeah, 338. Okay.
338.
Because whenever
338.
it's
okay. So can everyone explain to me what's going on right now? Because I'm lost.
So for me, for this proposal, I would like to know about adding the managers.
Basically, it would be equivalent to what we call an executive. I mean, basically, it would be executive leadership and oversight with general managers, right? And overseeing the management team, executive oversight of management team, and that executives and managers would be fired if the work's not done.
How is it going to work? I think removing all pay stop, pay cut, whatever they say, maybe it yes. But for now, assigning management, how is that going to work? If you assign someone like payroll, is that person going to work only on payroll? What about taxes?
Can I come in?
Yeah,
yeah,
I would like to know because this is something that a model. We have our model of automated payroll, whereby we are given 1.5. If I'm assigned to only do only one thing,
Please
how will I
stop
get
and get
payment?
ready. Now inhale. 1, 2,
Payroll
3.
is
Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
so Lucy, you're currently assigned for 4.5 hours per week on payroll and 4.5 hours per week on taxes. And I don't
Yes.
think you come anywhere close to doing 4.5 hours per week on taxes. And I don't know if you're doing 4.5
Okay.
hours.
If this proposal is not going to affect me, then it's okay.
It affects everybody. Obviously, this is a huge every single
So,
Lucy.
so if it's not gonna affect you, it's okay. Oh my God.
So, Nemo, did you want to answer the question?
Yes. So I also proposed that we, for the payroll stuff, payroll and everything to it, that we look at. I think is in the other proposal, or is this all of it? That we should look at getting a company like Deal to handle those payrolls and pay the workers
That's
as well.
another proposal.
So that's what I had proposed in terms of payroll, and then the idea of the leadership is the fact that teams will be created, right? We're looking at hiring new workers. It'll be more easy, or sorry, to be easier for workers to come into a particular team. What we hire people for particular teams. For example, we can say, okay, one team takes care of these lineup of tasks. As we divide tasks according to the people there. So every team will have, it's just that we're having divided tasks so that each team will be able to focus on that task and complete it. Okay, and then the managers will be able to supervise. They will be doing the work as well, so they will be able to supervise and make sure that that job is done. That is the role of the managers. So you can work and supervise and all of that. That's what it means. It means to become, to be a manager or to be a senior manager, whatever it's going to be. Of course, as it pleases the company, they will definitely want to put up some incentives to the managers because of their work and all of that, being more,
Time
etc.
to pause.
But
Please
the most
stop.
important thing,
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
but the most important thing is that it allows the work. It allows the work to be segmented. It allows the work easier completion through a team and monitoring, etc. Because you can just come in, jump in to pick anything to do. The other person is, wants to pick anything to do. But in a team, you have the stated task for that team. When you come, either your manager says, okay, this is what you're doing for this week. These are the tasks you're doing for this week. As you take on the tasks, you are being monitored to know how, where you stopped in a particular on a particular day, and how you start, and then leads to completion. And then another thing is that when recruits are hired, it is the duty of that team to train those recruits to be able to master those lineup of tasks that is for that team. So a team can say, "Oh, Jay, we need more workers here, you know, for this team because maybe they've been added more tasks and all of that." That and Jay, I think this is where the tasker role comes in, right? Was it? Is that what you called it?
Yeah, but we haven't even voted on that proposal because no one prioritized it.
Yeah. So
Not
we can.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yes, now
that's the
no.
idea.
Before you continue, I really understand the proposal and it is good. My issue was how is the modeling is going to be done. Model of working. Is still going to work on our previous model of having 1.5 per task
Yeah.
assign work?
We have, yes. So we
Or
have
are you
client.
going to come up with a new model?
No, that we have client works, right? Different client works, right? Like maybe let's, for example, 10, 20 client works tasks, I would say. So if those, let's say we have 20 tasks, client tasks, and those 20 tasks are divided to into the team, right? The team, everyone, just as you would pick up a task and work, you're not the only one working on that task, are you? Other people
Now, of
work on
course,
the same.
everybody is working, and you have to always update the team
Exactly.
where you are.
Exactly. So in that team, for that client task that has been assigned to that team, the people in that team are responsible to working for that particular client tasks or client's task that has been assigned to that team to be completed.
Time to
So however
stretch.
the manager
Stop.
is going to
Stand
schedule
up.
it
Stretch
to
and move
work,
for 30
he or
seconds.
she will do it. So, I mean, everyone will definitely have to do their 1 week or 1.5 this thing to be able to, to get that and all of that. That's what I think. I don't know if it makes sense.
It's okay.
So, from my understanding from Lucy's question is, so are we going to, is a team or a particular team still going to focus on only one responsibility? Is there room to still do other responsibilities because we have is it 1.5 or 4.5 hours for a particular task in a week? So she's saying so that it doesn't limit
The
the number of
Yeah,
hours you're supposed to work. And then from Namno's perspective, I get that it's just about sharing the responsibilities or tasks
for
available at a
focus,
time.
for
So
focus.
so that we get the all the tasks done. So if it's get done, we'll reassign other ones. So I don't know if if that is what we are trying to figure out.
So it's just basically for focus, right? That team
Yeah,
focuses on maybe 5 client tasks that has been assigned to them every month and gets that
every
task done.
okay.
Every week, gets that task
Week,
done. Yes, every week or whatever
and then
time
move
frame it
on
is.
to another assigned task.
Yes, if they are, so I'm looking at the fact that tasks are shared. So if we have, like I said, let me explain again. If we have 20 client tasks and we have 4 teams, we divide 20 client tasks by 4. That will give
Five,
us
five.
5.
five. Right. So each team takes 5 client tasks and they work on that 5 client task to completion. I mean, as other tasks comes, they'll be assigned to those to the teams as well. If it is something that we keep doing every month, and all of that, if there are taxes, then we just keep doing the tax, completing it, redoing it if it needs to be redone, for if you understand what I mean. But if it
Yeah,
is something that we,
and even deadline responsibilities.
I
yes, it will
understand
be
you,
met.
Kia. My concern is being a GC coordinator, we have government deadlines
Please
that
stop.
are
Close
like
your eyes.
mandatory.
One,
We
two,
cannot even
three,
touch.
four, five.
It's a
Open.
government 100% pay stop. Are we going to get done for that as well?
So
I don't get.
I'm looking. Okay, so I think I understand a bit. Let me say this. So what I said, remember yesterday, was that we can get different. Okay, so the tasker role is where the person basically look at tasks that are deadline prone. Let me put it like that, and then gets to share those tasks to the teams to work on it between the deadline so that it can be met. Jay, please, if I'm wrong, kindly correct me.
Well, we don't have a task or role, but yeah.
No.
We
I
understand that.
know, I know. I'm
So
just
so so Namno, you need to stop calling it tasker or task. We're just trying to share responsibilities to get it done on time and
that's
get work
basically it.
going. So
That's
let's
basically it.
not keep calling it
Why I'm
tasker.
using why I'm using the tasker rule is
Because
because it will become
Jay
necessary.
understands it in another way. So let's
Where
just say we are working on how to get work done, and we are trying to come up with this strategy to ensure that the work gets done and gets done on time to prevent pay stops. That is
and
the
then
goal.
yes,
No,
to
this
prevent.
proposal is about getting rid of the pay stops, not
Sorry.
preventing pay stops. Well, I was
Yes,
correcting you here that
yes,
this
yes.
proposal does
To
not prevent pay stops. This proposal gets rid of pay stops.
okay, to yes, to get rid, because when work is done, there is no need for pay stop. That's just it.
Did
Yes.
everyone's questions get answered? Because I have a couple other questions.
Sorry. What did you say?
Did everyone's questions get answered?
Please, you can ask more questions. Let's just clarify to everybody.
Okay, so
No,
my
we're
my
just
next
asking
question
about
was that.
government deadline. Is okay if you
Oh
answer.
yeah, I think the answer to this one was that yes, it does get rid of all the government deadline pay stops, right? They were sort of all pay stops. Remove all pay stops.
Yeah, this one is proposing no pay stubs at all, right, Nanmo?
Yeah.
Yes, because we have to focus on the work.
Yes.
That's even one of the reasons the internal payroll stuffs are. I'm proposing that external this thing handles
Company.
it. Company handles it so that it
Time.
becomes easy. There
Stop
will be
and
no
get
need for Jay to
now
be going
inhale.
out, go and
One,
try
two,
to,
three.
be sweating
Exhale.
around trying to get
Two,
somebody's pay and
three.
all this stuff.
Pause. Inhale together. One, two, three. Exhale. Relax.
All right, so my next question was like you mentioned before that that's the structure and like this whole process might take 6 months to get set up. Like how long do you think this would take to get set up?
No, I didn't say it will get
Months.
set up in 6 months. So what I said was that it will prove in 6 months to 1 year. Definitely, there will be a proof, an evidence of change, or maybe a change in terms of attainment of tasks, right? So that's not. I didn't mean that it was going to take. I mean,
Not
it's
the
something.
setup.
Yeah, it's just set up. How many people do we have, and then this will even warrant hiring more people, right?
We are we are at time again.
Okay.
Okay, so I
Let's
think
wrap you up.
uh the setup should be a simple thing to do. It's basically listing all our work, especially the client work and the deadline work that we have, and then list we know the number of workers that we have, and then we share this work under um teams, like merge the workers maybe in three teams or four teams, and then we share this work among the workers, and then assign a time frame based on what it looks, or how long, if it looks how long the job can take, or how long we looking at the job and what is in it. We'll be able to assign, okay, this team take care of this, that team take care of that. Or we can decide to assign we must not assign all the jobs at once. We can assign it weekly. Maybe weekly we assign a particular team to do three or two jobs based on how long it's going to take, and then the next week we assign them more, and based on the timing, the deadlines, and how the job is prioritized. So I think that is it.
Okay, so we're out of time here. If anyone wants to continue, we can break policy, but overall, we probably want to continue the topic and try to get voted on this.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
continue.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count one,
So
two,
how much
three,
longer?
4, 5. Open your eyes.
Maybe we just do 12 to
Just to
24
vote,
minutes.
right?
Yeah, we're just trying to do the vote on this. So let's just do 12, 24
Okay.
minutes, get this voted on, and move forward. I mean, it's definitely taking a
Yeah.
while, but we'll get it done, right?
Yes. 12 to 24. Okay. Yes. Okay, any objection that we'll continue the voting?
no
No
objection.
objection. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's really try to get this done. We got 24 minutes. Let's try to do, no more than like 3 minutes per person, all the normal stuff. Okay, so I think I do think of another question. So let me just finish my question. So the next one was the deadlines. Would the deadlines for all of the work get done? Oh wait, they're also okay. There's a question on when this would take effect. I still haven't got an answer on that. And then the question on the deadlines. And I also didn't get confirmation on whether this affects the 1.5 hours or the budget cuts or whatever. But the deadlines, for example, like is the new deadline the pay stop or when the work is supposed to get done, which would be the soft stop or hard stop. For example, the budget is supposed to happen by the new moon, right? But the pay stop isn't until the first quarter. So what is the deadline and the due date for the work?
I think we can focus on the deadline instead of when the pay stop, because that would help us to be proactive, to actually get the work done on time and not waiting till pay stop and we start doing like fire brigade action. So
So my understanding is that we would go basically back to the hard stop model being when the due dates are.
I
So
believe so. So let me just say, when we talk about all the deadlines being met, or all the jobs getting done and all of that, I think when we look at, it's unrealistic when we look at the 200 and something jobs, tasks, this thing that we have, I guess,
Prioritize.
yeah, that we have. And it will be unrealistic to say that all the 200 and something this thing will be done,
Time to take a
which is the
break.
reason why I had said
Right
something
from
yesterday,
whatever we're
that
about
we
to say.
need to look at
Take a break for 6 minutes.
the kind of the work, the ones that bring, that we're sure will bring immediate income into the company. Maybe we have up to like 20, 50, and of them. Prioritize those ones, get those jobs done. As these ones are, getting done, other ones are coming in. But and then we can also prioritize deadlines. What are the ones that have deadlines? Another thing is that, one thing that is going to also, you know, be a little bit of this, and is going to be training, because we don't have enough manpower. And it's not it's the same thing that was affecting the old this thing. We don't have enough manpower. Even when we say enough manpower, we're not just talking about personnel, we're talking about resources in terms of knowledge of how to do some of these things. So the idea is, what are the ones that we're able to do very well? What are the ones? Where are the ones that we're able to do? Like the people here, the number that we have are able to do and can train people to do. And then we
okay,
sort that out. Yeah.
so one last question. If I can ask one last question. So can you just give me an example for recruitment? When and how would the recruitment get done?
When and how?
Yeah. By when and how would the recruitment get done? Give me an
Well,
example.
the fact,
Like right now, right? For our recruitment deadline. So we currently have a recruitment deadline, for example, on the new moon. How would we address that?
well, if we are looking at hiring people in right now, yes, we can hire and bring them in and then train them, but we have to know that we're going to train them, except we're going to hire experts. Except we're going to hire experts. But I'm not sure we have that kind of funds to hire experts already. We're talking about payment here. So if we have the funds to hire experts, very well. If we are able to, because we need to basically know that we are going to train people, if we're getting people that we want to give opportunities to do this job, we have to train them. And so the recruitment process needs to also be put together and well arranged, so that we get the right people with the right mindset and the right soft skill to be able to do this with training. That's what I mean. So, but we
Okay,
can go in.
So
when do you think we would get the recruitment done? Are you just saying we wouldn't do the recruitment, or we would do it later when we had more money or hire experts? Or I just didn't really understand.
No, we can do. I mean, if we're having new moon and all of us, we say, okay, this is what we want to do. We say, okay, the first 2 weeks or so, we want to prioritize bringing in new recruits and training them. So we can say, after this, the next priority is to bring in recruits and train them. So we look at the recruitment model, look at the training model, work out a good training model, and we get that done, and then get people for the team.
Okay.
can I say
Did
something,
you want to
Jay?
concern? Do you have a question?
No, based on the when we can and how we can do recruitment.
Okay.
So, in my own opinion and suggestion, if we do this vote, and it passes, I would say that first of all we focus on um, the assigning of work, the teams, segmenting the team and signing work, and we know where we are. Then we get our training together on how we're gonna take, because so that it doesn't take us unaware, we don't employ people and we start mumbling. We really put a proper structure in place for the training. Like I said, things like having a glossary list is very important to be in the
Agreed.
training. There are
What?
basic things we
Wait,
do
wait. What
here,
does it do?
like
I didn't hear.
glossaries, like all
Oh
of
yeah, that's the
our
work. We
terminologies. Yeah.
have dozens of glossaries. Yes, we need more for sure.
Okay.
And we need more coordination of all the
I need
terms.
to. We need to even know the ones we have, because I haven't stumbled on anyone yet. If there's link to that, I would like to have it. Then we
A lot
also
of
need to
vocabulary in the actual joining the packet one that we sent out goes through a lot of vocabulary as
packet.
well.
Okay, in
And we
the
have
packet.
vocabulary on every single tab is supposed to have vocabulary terms and definitions, but again, no one does the work. But anyways,
Yeah.
yes, we need the
So
vocabulary,
okay.
of course. Keep going.
So we need to put that in place, and then we also need to, like, there are basic things apart from the work that every worker should know, like creating link notes, doing the notes, all of those. We need to have a place for it. So when they come, those are easy things they can start doing.
And
Um,
very
then
last
before we
time,
now get down to
please stay
different
focused on the session.
work that we do and trying to
Just
train
another
them
break.
on it, on the basic. We can't learn everything, but just the basic things, and then as the work goes on,
Okay.
they can
So
still learn. So that's it.
so basically the answer to my question is not doing recruitment or unless we all agree to it. So that's what I
No,
heard.
we are doing recruitment. We are
When?
doing recruitment because definitely if we have 200 work to be done, the nine of us cannot achieve it. We need people, we need hands to, be able to do the work. So when could be, can we vote? Then after the votes, then we can say, okay, we know what we are doing. Then we can say we can recruit when we can recruit. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Let's
Okay.
know where we are before we can.
Yeah. So anyway, so let's go into are there any other questions? Otherwise, we can go into the concern.
You asked when it's taking effect, and I said, and I think it can take effect immediately,
Okay.
but we just have to
Yes,
prepare for it.
yes.
All right. So why don't we go into the concerns? Does anyone have any concerns? Proposal. Or is it just me? Nobody else has any concerns? Well, I can go. So overall, I think there's two proposals here. I would separate this into two proposals. One is for the pay stops and the other is for the structure. So, I'm going to go through them separately because I think it is technically separate, but it's a little confusing. As far as the pay stops, I think it does go against some of our core values for SVG in the team in terms of our accountability and our deliverables driven work. So in terms of accountability, we aim at total public accountability for what we do and how we do it and why we do it. So it's just not clear how this improves accountability, which I'll cover more in the structure as well. And then the deliverable driven work, I feel like I don't think I would be comfortable to take on a client because like an external client, because how can we make sure that the client's work is completed on time every time? That is our value. I can guarantee that any work I take on is always going to be done on time every time.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And otherwise, I wouldn't want to charge the client money, right? So from there, just overall, I'm just hearing a lot of major concerns. Like it's just not clear to me between the 1.5 hours and the budget cuts, and it's just very very unclear. Not clear. It looks like I'm taking my own notes as well. So not clear regarding all of the 1.5 hours and other cuts. And then of course, just actually getting the work done. It just doesn't really have any clarity about when the work would get done. So not clear on when work would get done or if it would get done. And then the timeline is very, very long, which is 6 months to a year. I mean, you guys, like, I'm blown away by the idea. Okay, I'm taking my own notes. Sorry. So timeline is very long. So 6 months to 1 year. So I'm blown away at the idea that 10 people isn't enough to do the work. For me, that is pretty. I mean, we can, get all the. We're supposed to be doing volunteer coordination, but of course, we're not doing it. But we should be doing all the volunteer, outreach and that we want to, and bring in volunteers, and we can build, a volunteer corps and all that. It's fine. But where is the budget? Like, I don't really understand the idea of this huge budget or all of this like work. Like, there's not that much work to do in my perspective in the context of priority actual work that needs to get done. So the budget is very tight. Hiring more people, I don't know whether you're talking about 20 people, 30 people, I just don't really understand. But either way, 10 people not being a lot is just mind-boggling to me. So anyway, so that just addresses the pay stops. As far as the structure, my main concern with the structure is related to the bottom-up approach. So we have a very specific value, which is that we support bottom-up empowerment. So if you're basically, managers are not responsible for the work. So if you make a manager responsible for the work and they get fired if the work doesn't happen, for me, that changes our entire core value with our bottom-up structure. And so then we become...
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So we become more top-down, which is not that exciting. And I think we already addressed some of the time things. So overall, the two main things here would be, if everybody wants to do this, we can easily split off and do a fork or a sub or separate team. So we could have two separate teams functioning on different policies. So that's definitely something that we could consider and do, that we have flexibility with that. I mean, again, anything required is fine. And then as far as like voting on this, unless people understand the organizational aspects of this model, it is very, very easy to just vote on this for money. And then that creates corruption. If you're only voting on this regarding money, and not organizationally, that's concerning. And so I think there is required oversight and possibly even legal issues that may obviously go to HR board, but possibly even the primary board of directors. Okay? We'll have to see on that. And then the last one is just the time. Like, I mean, obviously we've already spent almost, 7 hours on this. 5 to 7 hours, and it could be dozens of hours, if not hundreds of hours, getting this all set up over 6 months or so. So we'll see. I'm willing to do whatever we want to do, but it definitely is a lot of time as opposed to just getting focused on the work and doing the work. Because we could just be focused on doing the work for the 7 hours, but we're not. Cool. So that's all my concerns. I don't know if anyone
Okay.
else has any additional
Yeah,
concerns.
Jay, can I say something about your concern? First of all, I don't think having 6 months to 1 year as a timeline to this is quite a long time. I don't think it's gonna take up to that. In fact, we can have
How long until
results.
the full evaluation? Because my question was
Yeah.
how long to
So
see results? And he said 6 months to a year to see the results.
no,
When do we
no,
evaluate?
because
Pause.
no,
Stop.
when
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
For instance, when work is assigned to a particular team and you're supposed to deliver in 2 weeks, we could have, because there's something we call short-term goal and long-term goal. We could have maybe in our one of our main sessions weekly, we could do a review on the work that has been assigned to a particular group, and they tell us where they are based on the job. So, and then in 2 weeks, they tell us if they've been able to complete the job. And doing this already, we are getting a review. We know where we are. We know we are improving or we are not improving. So it doesn't have to be 6 months or 1 year for us to see result of the new model. So it's something that
Well,
goes along with the work.
I can add that we are going to get an evaluation and review in, you said
Yeah.
2 weeks or a month or
Yes.
2 months or how long?
Based on how long the job is assigned to the team. If it's a 2 weeks
No,
job
I'm talking
or
about the
work,
proposal. I'm talking about the proposal,
okay, the
not the
proposal.
assignment to the team. I don't care about the assignment
Okay,
to the team. I talk about the
okay,
proposal getting rid of all pay stop and creating a new management structure. Those are the two proposals. How
okay.
long do we know whether or not it works or not? Like to
We can
evaluate
we can evaluate in a month.
in a month.
After the job has been done in a
So
month, we
maybe
can
like can I
evaluate.
add that?
Then for hiring more people, 20, 30 people, 10 people, and a lot of that. While I mentioned hiring people, I know we've been wanting to do a recruitment, but that is aside. Hiring, I'm not mentioned, we have up to 200 works to get done. I really don't know. I've not seen that. But if we have so much, that we might need more hands. But if we don't have so much work, we can do it. We can start with what we can do. When we prioritize, I believe we can get work done. And you, if you want to hire more, or if you want the company to, if you see the need to hire more people, we can hire more people. So we can't stay here now and say we're going to hire 20, 30, and all of that. We see how the work goes and we see where we need people, and that is when we hire. It is based on companies or organizations need. Then for which other one? Which other one? I think
So
that's basically it.
can I respond? Like for me, what I need is I need to be able to work with someone who I can communicate with, for example, and someone who understands the importance of real-time sessions, that we always take our breaks. We always are taking our notes. We're always on our time. We're always like
Okay.
organized, right? That's the most important thing. And if I could find 2 or 3 people who work together in real time
Time to stretch.
and do the real-time virtual
Stop.
assistant work
Stand
and
up
collaborate,
stretch and move around
that's
for
all I
30
would need,
seconds.
right? That's what
That,
I'm looking for. I don't think
that's
we need
fine.
10 people.
That,
We just
that's
need
fine.
people who actually do the work and
Yeah.
actually follow the policies. And that's what the problem is, that people don't seem to want to follow the policies.
No, but it's fine. What you want is fine. We can work with, so far as we are working together, we are cooperating, we are collaborating, we are teaching each other, we are learning from each other, we are training. I believe we can get the work done. So,
Yes. Cool. So any other concerns? Otherwise, I think we're ready to vote. And for me, again, I compare this to the previous policy, which is line 313 to 333, which was the one that we voted on, that we got supportive consensus on, which is pretty significant. But let's go and vote. So who wants to vote first? Maybe it was, all right, do we lose someone? 1, 2, 3, 4. We only have 5 of us. So that means we lost Wait, no, we lost Uma.
Mamoon as well.
Yeah, but I didn't write you. All right, so no one wants to vote. I'll vote. So I mean, for me, I think this is against some of the core values of the the current model that was set up. So it goes against core values of bottom-up structure, accountability, and deliverables driven work on time, right? So I'm going to vote a 1, but I'll vote a 1.75 because it's almost a 2, but I'm a little bit low, right? And obviously, if everybody wants to do this, we can still do it, but I think it should happen as a fork. I don't understand. Come on, let's just vote. We're voting, voting. Okay, I was hoping I wasn't going to have to vote first, but I voted first because no one else wanted to vote. So we're voting, we're human beings, we're voting, we're communicating verbally.
Are we not voting?
Okay, we are
We are
voting.
waiting for people.
No, go first now. You go first. We are voting.
I'm
For
I'm
me, I
voting
want to
9.
say
Stop.
okay.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay, so I'll be voting 9 as well. I want to give this a chance. We can evaluate after a month and see what the result is like and see how it goes.
So the
Gloria said,
highest you can vote is an 8.
Gloria said 9.
8.
The highest you can vote is an 8 because we don't have congruency. A 9 is congruent.
Okay. All right.
How about 8.9? J? Can be, no?
Yes, you can vote whatever as long as it's
8.9. Yes.
Okay. Can I vote 8.5,
8.9.
J?
yes,
Can
you can
be,
vote whatever you
Okay.
want as
can
long as it's not a 9.
Okay.
be 8.9. Can be up to
8.7.
8.9.
All right.
8.7. Fine.
Yeah.
Ouch.
We're out of time, just to mention. So we're going
Okay.
over. So does anyone else want to vote? Lucy?
Joyce, I said 8.9.
Namo is voting 8.9.
8.9 too, J.
What, Gloria?
8.9.
Namo is voting 8.9 or
I
you're
voted 7.5.
Okay, Lucy 7.5. So what about Gloria and Namo?
8.9.
Okay, one person at a time. Gloria, are you re-voting again?
I said 8.9
For Namo or for you?
for myself.
Okay, thank you. 8.9. And Namo?
8.9.
I'm voting.
Okay, so
I'm
pass.
voting 8.9. I want to give this a chance.
Okay, so it passes minus the block, which would be a fork, right? Does everyone understand the idea of the fork?
No.
Does everyone understand the idea of a block?
No. Please,
Passes
can you
minute. What
explain,
is
J?
passes minute na ba?
Okay, so a 0 is not voting, right? A 1 is a block. A 2 block. A 2 is a dissent, right? A 3 is you're against it, and then a 4 would be a negative abstention. A 5 is a neutral abstention. A 6 is a positive abstention, and a 7 is a willing consensus, and an 8 is a supportive consensus, which is our goal.
Time for breath. Please
And
stop and get
a
ready.
9 is
Now inhale.
congruency.
1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
So congruency means that everyone votes basically, 8 plus, or like 7.5 plus. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like everybody's voting yes. A block basically means that it's against the current, model, core values, and or mission, right? That makes sense?
Yeah.
So under our policies, we're supposed to always strive for supportive consensus, right? We don't have supportive consensus, we have willing consensus. So on our policies, this obviously can go up for review, but it does pass, right? So in terms of there being a block, either we need to get rid of my block and get agreement somehow, or we need to just do a fork, which might be easier. But either way, we can just continue discussion, try to build supportive consensus and figure out what we want to do. But obviously, we should definitely do review. Okay?
Okay, Jay, does that mean even if it pass and it has a block, it's not yet passed, right?
No, it does pass. It's just it just goes against the core values of the organization potentially, so that needs to be worked out. Otherwise, basically you get a split.
Okay, so Jay, please, which particular one goes against the core value?
Okay, do you guys understand what? Oh, I can go over that. But do you guys understand what consensus is?
We do. I understand
A
what consensus.
consensus-based organization means there are no blocks, right? So to pass a proposal, there shouldn't be any blocks.
Okay.
You get?
So, yeah,
Right?
but I said I want to know which particular of the proposal, which
Okay,
part
so
is
we have
against the core value.
line 354, line 355. So accountability, we aim for total public accountability for what we do and how we do it and why we do it. Right? So I feel like it's not clear how this improves accountability. I think this reduces accountability to the public and to ourselves and to organization, all of that, right? And then it's not clear about how or why or what exactly is happening to get the work done. So my concern, of course, is that people are just voting to get money. And that would be my question, like what percentage or part of your vote is about just getting rid of the pay stops to get more money, right? So the delivery-driven work is the fact that...
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So the deliverables-driven work is about our core value for completing work on time, every time, right? And if we're trying to get motivation, obviously for me, I'm very demotivated. I think the idea of implementing something immediately basically is just a money grab. Like it's just all very, very odd. So, it would be
Jay, can I say something?
It would be easier. You ask me a question. I'm trying to answer your question about the core values. So let me finish.
All right.
So it would be easier to implement this from the beginning of the month. I think that might be easier, but we'll just do it like prorated. It's fine. From the middle of the month. And then from there, the other value is the bottom-up empowerment, which is line 360, right? So line 360 is our workers are the top of the empowerment model, not managers or executives. So executives and managers are responsible for the work being completed. It's no longer the responsibility of the worker. So workers are now less responsible, which maybe goes back to the tasks, because tasks don't have any responsibility. And then furthermore, you are basically saying that, you're getting rid of the entire previous structure. I don't know, there's probably like 20 to 50 policies that this will affect and remove, in my mind, right? But anyways, we'll review it. We'll see how it goes, and we'll see how it evolves forward. But I would love to get focused on work, so that's definitely my priority.
Jay, can I say something?
Yeah.
Just a point of concern. I am not here to sap money. I'm not here to do all of these things you mentioned. that
Yeah,
this
but that's not. It's not just about you. It's about
is
all of us, right?
no, I brought this policy, and the way you're saying it, it sounds like I'm here to. I brought this policy so that I can grab more money, so that I can do this and I can
No,
do
but
that.
that's not what I said at all. I'm
No,
saying that on
agree.
people's votes, an
I
8.9
take an
is a
exception to
very
that.
high
I
vote.
take an exception to that anytime, anywhere. I am so hurt by that statement. I'm so hurt. I am only trying to help FQN. God knows that I am only trying to help FQN. I am not trying to grab your money, please.
Well, no, but
Okay.
it's not about the proposal. It's about the voting. So, for example, Joyce voted 8.5 on the pay stops, and now
Time
she's
to take
voting
a break. Please
8.9 to
stop
get rid of the pay
right in
stops. My
whatever you were
question to
about to
Joyce
say
is why?
and take a break for 6 minutes.
Why are you voting 8.9 to get rid of pay stops when before a few months ago you voted 8.25 for pay stops?
Jay, this is the same thing you said when somebody asked the question. You said the person should do policy training because you should not affect or want to know why somebody's doing it. You see, what I'm saying is that policies just change here.
What is the
It's just
policy
it
that's
just
changing?
changes.
What is the policy that's changing?
So, Jay, please, can
No, no,
I
you were saying that there was a policy changing. What is the policy that's changing?
wait? Hold on, Jay. Please, can I say something
Okay,
based
but
on
I would
the
like to know the policy that's
based on the concerns you marked? You said accountability, um, how we do it, and why we do it. Okay, so there are a lot of things that happened that made people to come up with strategies on how things can get better. Is both for the organization and for the workers. We are all here together for mutual benefit. It is not a good thing the organization is suffering and the workers are doing well, or that the workers are suffering, or the organization is doing well, or that both are suffering. So we are doing this to get a better way to do things. Okay, not to grab money. Nobody is here to grab money. You remember what brought about this thing is motivation, but then in that motivation, as we are trying to get work done because it has been an issue in the company. We are all saying work is not getting done and all of that. So we brought out this to make sure that we do the work. And then again, we keep saying we are not doing client work, money is not coming in. This is also an idea to get money coming to the company and do client work. Again, we also need to take note of the workers' welfare. So many people, everybody cannot be wrong. A lot of all the almost all the worker have commented on this the last time, saying their difficulty with their take home and the running cost to do the work. At the end of the day, if an organization is doing whatever, because I know the motivation of this organization is to go out there and help humanity, help the world, and we should start from ourselves and then we launch out. If we are not taking care of our welfare and all that, it's going to be difficult. So this is a mutual thing. It's not, there's nobody that is trying to say just grab money and run away and don't do the work. We are getting the money for the work we are working. We are getting the money for the work. Then the second concern you said, deliverables driven, what motivation for success means. So it's just the same thing I just said. Nobody is here to just grab money. We are willing to do the work. We're strategizing on how to get the work done. And at the end of the day, we get paid for it. We are not coming to steal away money and not do the work. Okay, then the other one you say bottom up empowerment, structure bottom up, become bottom. This one we can work on it. If we don't want the manager role, the supervisory role, we can just team up. We can just divide ourselves, segment into teams, and we work as a team together. We cooperate. We've been doing that here, and I know that we can still work together like that. We must not bring in the manager role or what or executive role or whatever. We can just divide ourselves into teams and we divide the work and do. The essence here is to actually get the work done. And I said we can evaluate this at the end of the month. we can evaluate this. It's good we try a new thing. If we've been doing something for over, I know we the company already has these policies, and we've been doing this for how long, and we are not getting the result we want, then we should think about of better ways, or is there anything different we can do? Because if we continue to do the same thing we do and we're not getting the work done, or we're not getting a different result, we can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. We need to employ other ways and see how it works. We evaluate and see how it works. So I think this is the whole concept. So nobody is just here to grab money, please.
Okay, so I didn't say that people were trying to grab money. I was saying in relationship to the vote, were people voting based on potentially getting more money? That's what I was saying, right? If someone's vote is influenced in terms of getting more money, right? This is not going to get me any more money. I'm not going to get any more money. I'm going to lose a lot of money. We know that for the fact, right? So unless you get more external income, this does not affect me at all. I'm not going to get any more money. I get nothing. I'm going to lose money, right? So that's just obvious. But in other people's concepts, are people voting in the context of potentially getting more money? If their vote represents that, and 8.9 is a very, very high vote, that is very, very corruptible. And so I'm saying that underlying um, I think it's line 362, that this would require oversight, obviously, to the HR board and other things to review and verify and have understanding of a potential conflict of interest. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I apologize for using the term money grab. That was not the correct term, right? And so what I'm trying to say, everybody deserves to get paid for the time that they work and all that stuff. I 100% agree. And in the future, obviously, any work that you're doing, you should be paid for. But there are two things that I'm trying to say is one, that if someone's vote is influenced based on money, it's very easily corruptible and potential conflict of interest, which why we would have an oversight of the HR board and other levels for accountability purposes. So I think this meets that definition. That is my context in terms of people voting 8.9 if that vote is affected somewhat by money. That's
But
what
Jay,
not about,
you know, you
what,
How
can't.
do you? Why would you even make that statement? How do you
No,
know?
no,
because money
Nam.
influences people always. So
How?
then the
So
second thing,
Jay, you can't
can
assume.
I just finish
You
what I'm
can't
Don't
saying?
say that.
assume.
That's
You can't
wrong.
make.
A
You
human,
can assume. You can't conclude on somebody's mindset on the reason why they did what they have to do. And you said we shouldn't question people's voting. And you caution Ate
right?
for that, and you are doing
Right?
that,
Say
and
the Ate should do
that
policy
is
training.
contradicting what we are saying we should do. I thought, so
But
it's
that,
not
but
good.
that's, but that's
The, and
not,
you
that's
and you
not. You
and
can
you
do it
just
however
said,
you want to.
you
Nobody
just
told
told
me why they
you
were voting.
you
I'm just
told
telling
you
you why. I
you
think that
told me
people
that
do
I
that.
could vote anything 8 points, but I
You
don't have the
did.
right to vote 9. Yes, and I
You
did.
did vote
So
that
why is
way
it a
in the
problem
past.
that we voted 8.9?
You guys can
You
vote
said
however you want. I'm just reading into it. That's all I'm saying.
no. You
Jay,
can't say
Ate
that.
read into somebody else's vote and you told Ate to do policy training. Why are you reading into somebody else's vote? Why are you even saying that the vote
Because
is
You
you're
guys can
motivated
vote
by money?
however you want to. I have a right to ask you why you're voting the way you're voting, but you don't have to answer. So you do not have to answer why you're voting, but I have a right to ask you.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
and Jay, do you
Right?
know you're also making this
We're at
look
the policy
personal,
that
as
says
if
that
you have.
nobody can ask
if
about
we
what
if
the
we
votes
want
are.
to if we want to start assuming, you are making us feel like there's something else, as if you don't want this for a particular, the perception, you just don't want this, and it's giving a wrong perception, honestly. Because if you really want, you are the one that's always upset about work not getting done. You're always upset about people not, and we are trying to find a way to get this done, and it's a problem. I don't understand it, because
I mean,
it looks
in
as if
5, 6 years, we've
you
never
like the
gotten,
pay stop. So if
we've
we are on
never,
pay stop, that's when you're happy. You're pay stop, and the work, we are struggling, we are doing all of that. If you care about people's welfare as well, you shouldn't be doing this, because people are just saying, let's get a way to do this work and get paid. And everybody is happy. The organization is happy, the worker is happy. But you want to
does
insist
that
on the
include
pay
everybody
stop
who's
and
fired?
all
Is
of that.
everybody who's fired happy?
Sorry.
If we have to fire people, I don't know if that's necessarily happy. The idea that
I
everyone's so
didn't.
happy doesn't make
We
sense.
didn't say we should fire anyone. I didn't. I'm for
Yeah,
one.
it
I'm not
doesn't seem
up for
like you
any.
might have to.
No, we didn't
This
fire,
policy
and we
could
didn't say we
definitely
should
end up with
fire
people getting
anyone.
fired.
We didn't say we should fire anyone. I didn't mention that. I didn't hear
Um,
anybody mention
Okay,
about
hey,
okay.
firing anyone.
Every single time you get paid $1 more, Gloria, like let's say you get paid $10, that $10 comes away from somebody else. You understand?
Jay,
There's no
please,
there's
can I
no
say
there's not an
something?
extra pool of money that
If
comes out of
we
nothing.
Please,
It
can I
comes out
if
of
say something?
if
Gloria,
anybody that
Gloria,
works, everybody that works, has the right to be paid. So if I
Gloria,
work and you
Sure.
pay me, you
Wait,
don't
wait,
take
Gloria,
cut
wait,
from it because
wait,
I work
no,
for
Gloria,
you.
no, wait.
please.
I would like to say something too. Why don't we do a stack? Does someone want to help facilitate? Like, let's say it's
Yes,
Gloria's turn, and then either Namno or me, and then
no.
Nope, I'm not talking again. I just want to make a statement and I'm done. I'm not
no, you
talking
get
again.
it. You get your turn. So Gloria goes first, then you, then myself. And does anyone else want to speak after me? Lucy or Joyce?
No. Okay, I will speak.
Okay, so Joyce is gonna say something. Gloria, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Joyce can go ahead and say something.
You're done?
Yeah,
No,
I'm
you said
done.
you will say a statement. What is your statement?
So what I want to say is that I think I think all that I have put into try to, I know it's not much because I just came, and it's looking like I mean, with that statement that has been made today, it's really hurting, and
What statement? Oh, this is
I
about
never
just the
even
conflict
saw
of interest.
I never even saw this way. I never even thought of it this way. I'm just taking, I'm just trying to put global best practices at work in this company that I've come to love. Something that will make the company, but I think that is not what is needed or what is wanted here. And trust me, if I had any other thing to give, I would have given. But with that statement made and all the things that I'm seeing, I'm afraid. I just have to say it because I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I'm done. I will have to take my leave from here. And you said, Jay, you said it yesterday that if I'm resigning, I should let you know. This is me telling you that I'm resigning. And thank you so very much for the opportunity. I'll just leave. If there's anything you want me to, I don't think I have anything you want me to hand over. I'll hand it over. But please, thank you so very much for the opportunity. And it was nice. Maybe I hope and I believe if we meet in the future, we can do stuff together. Thank you.
Jay, would you like to answer that?
I mean, there's nothing to say. I mean, Emo can do whatever you want. I'm not trying to change his opinion on any way whatsoever. He can do whatever he wants to. He can have whatever thought he wants to. He can suggest any ideas that he wants to. But the idea that I don't have a right to have a thought or have my ideas or opinions suggested seems really odd. I would never go into an organization and make a proposal, spend whatever we spent like 8 hours on this, and then just leave. I mean, it's really weird, but it is what it is. Either way, as far as the budget goes, my understanding is that this gets rid of the time budget immediately, and that the new budget is $5,817. So the budget goes from $2,601 to $5,817 immediately, minus that it's 2 weeks in, so it would be prorated to basically 2 weeks or whatever. But that there is no time budget anymore because everyone's getting paid their full amounts. There's no cut in the budget. There's no because the time budget was based on the pay stops. So maybe I think it's just miscommunication. Like when I say like, okay, this is about the money, I'm talking about the actual budget changing from $2,601 to $5,817 immediately as of this vote. And so I don't know, maybe you guys just didn't understand that. When you get rid of the pay stops, everyone's pay goes up. Do you guys not get it, or am I missing something? Because I was not trying to personally say that people were trying to steal money or take money in any way. I was saying on an organizational level, this decision increases everybody's pay, and the amount is $5,817 from 2,601. That's what I was trying to say. Right?
And then Jay, this is the question I want to ask about my pay. I keep seeing $3 per hour, but we we agreed on $4 per hour, so I don't understand it.
I mean, if that's a
$3
mistake,
per
then
hour.
that should be addressed, and that would be a part of your POP. I don't know why your POP isn't linked to the budget. Let's take a look at the budget. But anyways, when you have these problems, don't wait until the middle of the main session. Immediately communicate on Discord about the issue with your budget. Like, it doesn't make sense that you would wait.
I've
Right.
done that like 3 times, Jay. Well, I guess your attention was
It says
not
right
called to it.
here, it does say training budget $4 an hour. So, I mean, I don't know why it says $3 an hour. It seems like it's a mistake. You know, we can verify this to make sure it's correct, but otherwise, that's all that needs to be done is just verifying it, and then we can change it to $4 an hour. No, it says $3 an hour here.
Is that the normal budget or training budget?
The training budget.
Okay, training budget. Okay, it's $3. I thought it's the normal budget.
Well, no, it looks like you changed it.
Yeah, I changed it based on the increasing before the full moon, increasing
No,
the
but that takes
budget.
effect 6 weeks after the full moon. So you actually have to write, this is the February-March moon budget. You can't change the February-March moon budget.
No, I did it. I did it. I didn't do it today. I did it the day you said we have 9 hours to do that or so. So I did.
Yeah, but that change would take effect for the April-May budget. So you would write April-May.
Okay, okay. I'll do that.
All right. So anyways, I think that obviously you have major miscommunications. Like, I don't understand where Nemo's coming from or what's going on. Like, I was not saying in any way that he which is a potential conflict of interest, which gets oversight by the HR board. That's a normal organizational thing. So I'm not sure why people are taking it so personally. I could apologize to Nemo a million times over. You know, he can say whatever he wants to, but obviously I'm not allowed to say whatever I said because he obviously left. So that's his prerogative. Also, my question in an organizational perspective would be, how long do organizations typically take to implement changes to their structure, their policies, their budget, and their deadlines? How would you answer that, Gloria? I guess because Lucy and Joyce aren't really thinking much about it. Gloria, do you have an answer to my question? My question is, how long does it usually take an organization to change their budget, deadline, structure, policies, all of that? How long does it usually take?
Jay, I think you're in a better place to answer this question because you have there's policies and budget and everything in FQN, and I wouldn't know how long you guys have changed whatever you've changed in the past. So I can't use another organization to tell you. Every organization has their way of doing things. So I think you should know how long it should take for budget or deadlines or policies. Maybe there are processes to go through before it can be effected. So I don't think I'll be in the best place to answer this question.
Okay, Joyce or Lucy?
You're asking how long
Yeah, how
for
long
us?
does it usually take an organization to do major policy changes, major budget changes, major deadline changes, major structural changes?
It can take a while.
A while. Yes.
Yeah.
So you guys just push this through in 10 hours, right? 2 days. So for me, it's like very, very overwhelming, losing a lot of motivation. Obviously, I have no idea how to pay the budget. I don't know what we're going to do. It's all pretty much chaos, but
Okay.
it's fine. You guys wanted to pass this immediately, so now it's immediately passed, but now we have to deal with the ramifications of this being passed immediately. Does that make sense? So anyways, I think we're ready to check out and be done. I would recommend that we schedule a main session, emergency main session for tomorrow to figure out what we're doing. Because I don't know idea what's going on.
I would like to check out.
Would you guys want to schedule a main session for tomorrow? Maybe do wrap up?
What is tomorrow?
We can.
It's Friday.
I'd like to check out.
Wait, main
So
session.
Lucy, can you wait for the wrap up and the proposal for main session tomorrow? Or do you want to check out immediately?
What will be the main
I
session
don't know the
about, Jay?
proposal about. I was just to ask this. Do we cap the 100% pay stop for this? Or we have pay stop today, or it is also removed.
My understanding is that pay stops are gone as of this proposal, so that basically today there's zero pay stops and there's no income requirements. So no one has to do any client work. No one has to do any work at all to do any pay stops. There's no deadlines anymore.
Oh, okay.
Is this what we said?
It's not like that, Jay. There will be deadlines still, but the pay stubs we are trying to remove.
Okay,
Not
but is
the-
anyone going to work? I mean, tomorrow we're not going to get the work done for the Delaware taxes. That's obvious, right? Is anyone going
I
to?
was to schedule with you yesterday, but we also go more time today again. You see.
Well, yeah, everyone we've spent this entire week, we've been focusing on everyone getting paid more money. This week is gone. We lost this entire week. We spent like 20 hours on everyone wanting to get paid more money. And that's still what we're talking about. So we should continue to talk about it until it's addressed, right? So that's fine. But the bottom line here is that nobody's prioritizing the actual work. And instead, people are getting upset and quitting because they're getting paid more money, which I don't understand. Yay, he's got double the pay, now I'm going to quit. Okay, that's everybody's individual prerogative. So I think that we should just do an emergency meeting tomorrow to address these issues and then also attempt to work on the taxes, but there's just no requirement to do it anymore. So I don't personally think anything's going to happen. But we still, for me, I could care less about the taxes compared to the situation, the organization. I am much more concerned about the organization. As this was a disaster. Well, this was like, on one side, it was a good experience, but it was a disaster how it ended. I was not expecting that at all. In terms of the
Anyway, can we, Jay? I'm sorry to cut you. Can we try to come up with the proposal so if we have emergency or this? Because the more we talk, the more time goes. It just is spending more time. I just would like to check out. Can we come with the proposal?
Well, let's
so
vote
that I
on this
can check out?
emergency session. Do you guys want to do the emergency session tomorrow?
And also, I would like to know the emergency because that is still like we have. Can we? Maybe I don't know, Joyce. I don't know. I don't want to say anything. I'll just go after.
Why? Why you don't want this? The
Can you
emergency-
guys say, do we have emergency meeting tomorrow? Because I would
Is
like to do
Andromeda?
my preparation for my RTVA tomorrow. and I'm still not.
Yeah, RTVA will be Sonic, right? Sonic.
No, no, it
For
will be
your no,
Pacific.
for your VA, I mean for your VA.
My
Yeah.
view will be Sonic. My ship is start from Pacific. I should
Yeah,
get
yes,
prepared.
Pacific. Okay, Cobalt,
So
no
when
problem.
so when is the main session? Main session that Jay
Andromeda.
is proposing.
Andromeda.
Andromeda. It's
Mhm.
fine. We can do Andromeda on main session.
So, are we all in agreement to do the emergency main session tomorrow, Andromeda Hour 2?
Okay for me. No.
So, no concerns, no objections.
My concern is just that we will just spend this week. We are going to do more hours, and again not doing anything. We have already another, because if we are really willing to get the work done, then this is our time to start. We can still right now go back. What is need to be done? Because if we have tomorrow meeting, it's not going to solve all what we have. Maybe unless you have to make sure address that meeting for 1 hour and get back to the job. We do work.
So,
Or
are
how do
we
you see, guys?
voting on it then? Do we want to just vote on it? I mean, I feel like it's like wonderful that you guys got to talk about getting back pays and, proposals and increase the voting. We did this for like 10 hours, but now that we have a new policy that now completely changes the entire structure of the organization, it can changes the entire payroll process and all of our budgets and everything. We can't talk anymore. I don't get it. I just don't understand. So let's just vote.
Okay.
So we can only talk about all these things when you guys want to talk about them, and I can spend 10 hours doing it. But as soon as I have something to think about, it's not allowed. I don't get it.
For
So
me, Jay, let me be honest.
yeah,
I will not like and whatever you have built. I remember some time back you remind me about this. What you have built for 20 hours. You remember when you told me, Lucy, you cannot destroy what you built for 20 years. And I'll never do
we
that.
just got rid of multiple years of work on
I'll
our paper.
never do that. I myself, I'll never destroy what you have built for 20 years. That is not me. Sometimes if you listen to something someone what I cannot repeat that. If this vote will change the structure, then we should go back and see how this vote affect the structure of the organization. If it is just only to get pay cut, I think the focus of maybe here is getting out 100% pay stop, and then everything remain the same. If there is changes, we can just have that main session then, at least to get clear way of moving forward. Then I will be definitely for that meeting. And for me, I'll still remember the message when you say I should not destroy what you built for 20 years. No, I won't do that. I understand you build it for 20 years and you should uh, develop it and make it better.
Anyways, let's go ahead and vote.
Sorry, where are we voting?
Here in the where are we? In the
What's up? Wrap up. Okay.
wrap up.
Hmm?
In the wrap up, they're voting here. 7.5 for me. It's sad to let Namno go.
Okay, do you want to vote on the session?
How many hours are we going to have for that session? I can attend.
I don't know.
Jay,
Today it's
Namno,
been an hour and a half. We could have just stopped and got focused on work if people wanted to. People wanted to continue to work. To continue to talk. You do not have to show up to the session, Lucy. You are not required to be there. No one is required to be here today. You are not required to be here yesterday. Nobody is required to come to sessions ever, period, except for once per month for the goals. And that's it. You understand, Lucy?
Yes.
If you don't want to come, don't come. Because don't come and then complain about being here. You understand? If you don't want to be here, don't be here. You're not required to be here. You are not required to be here at the beginning of the session. You're not required to be here after an hour and a half. You are not required to be here now. You can check out anytime. Okay? But I am concerned that as an organization, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know if you guys know what's going on. Namo, the person who's orchestrated this massive evolution and proposal, seems to have just left and quit and left us in this situation. So I don't know what is happening. I've never experienced it before. This is the first time ever where the team has gone against me on an actual policy vote that matters. So this is all brand new territory we've never experienced. Okay? So instead, you guys supported someone who just quit. You guys understand? So this is your policy. I don't know who else is overseeing the policy, but that needs to be decided on who's overseeing it because it's not my policy. And so maybe one of you should try to communicate with Nemo.
What will we tell to
Okay.
Nemo?
Okay.
What?
What will we tell to Nemo, Jay? What will we tell him?
Whatever you want to. Like, how is this policy getting implemented? Or maybe he shouldn't be quitting, or maybe like whatever. I already told him that he should put his decision to resign in writing. I think under our policy, like there's nothing to reference. There's no way to prove that he resigned without watching a 4-hour video or whatever it is. Right? So worst case scenario, we could try to get the link to the 1 minute where he actually resigns, but a recording of someone resigning is not in writing. Does that make sense? Like typically, someone who resigns, it's required to be in writing under our policies. So that's what I communicated to Namo. We'll see if he does that. But you guys are the ones who just supported Namo 8.9 because it was his
It's not
policy.
about him, Jay. It's not
So
about
Jay,
him.
I
What we
don't
support.
understand, Jay.
Okay, so who's responsible for implementing the whole brand new structure? Who's responsible for implementing the entire new vision of this new organizational system?
But Jay,
Jay-
you never accepted the policies and the vision, and that was one of the reasons why he left. So you want him to come back and implement.
What was that, Gloria?
You said you blocked this thing and it cannot pass if it's blocked.
No, that's not what I
right?
said. The policy did pass and it forks under our model. It automatically is initiated and it forks, and then we have to address it as it forks. So what are you saying?
I thought you said it's blocked, and if it's blocked, it won't pass. And that was why I started asking, okay, where are the areas that you're having issues, so that we can clear you, and then if you can decide to unblock. But I did that. I don't know how it escalated and all of that. Jay, I think you need to also. I'm sorry, I'm not talking to you directly, but I know it's like you've had some experiences in the past, maybe with workers or biased people that have done things and maybe taking money and all of that. But I think you need to let that go, and then have a clean mindset towards the people you're getting and not being biased, so that you will think on the right thing to do, and not maybe trying to what happened in the past affecting these decisions you're making with the present people you're working, so that it will give you an open mind to them. I think that's an issue we are also having. You need to go and stay and think through it. The truth is that we are trying to. I don't like the fact that we come every day and we are saying no work is getting done, nobody's doing work, no, and that's why all these things are coming up, because we need to find a way to do the work so that the complaints will stop and all of this. Even the workers that are feeling they are not motivated and all of that, we're just trying to make everybody fine. We're trying to get things okay for everybody. That's just it.
I agree 100% that we should focus on the work. but reality also is important. So in my reality, in the last 48 hours, we've done almost zero work. Instead, we're just talking about getting paid more money primarily.
If we're having an issue about the work we're doing, then we should settle the issue. Work is not running away. Once you settle the everything has a root cause. If not, we'll continue the way we are. If we
Yeah.
don't
So
settle
the
what the
work,
problem is, we'll
yeah,
continue, the work will just be the same.
great. I agree. So at this time, the work is implementing this new policy. But the question is, who is going to implement it? The person who is spearheading this policy in this proposal has quit, according to their verbal.
Maybe we will try and talk to Namno. We'll just try, that's why everybody is angry. It's not good to take decisions when you're angry. What you do is you just go cool off your head,
Okay, so
think through it.
are you going to talk to Nemo?
I'm going to talk to him. I'm gonna
Okay.
talk to him.
Thank you. That's what I want to hear. I want people to take responsibility and do things. That's perfect. All right, so I think we're ready to check out. We have our emergency meeting for tomorrow to try to work all this out, which I'll announce. And then let's just check out. Who wants to start? Also, before we check out, let's just get our wrap up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 5.5 hour session for our main session. 5.5 hours.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, no one will check out. I will check out. I'm trying to get people to do things, but I hate
I was
so
checking
I'll
on
check
what
out.
you
So I would give this session like a 3. In terms of the last 2 days, yes, like a 3. I mean, it's just the idea that we can't professionally discuss something as simple as conflict of interest is a non-starter for me. Conflict of interest is very important. It's the foundation to preventing corruption. I certainly made a huge mistake in saying, the term money grab, but I don't think it was necessarily against any policy. I don't think it was against any professional codes of conduct. If I did break any policies or professional codes of conduct, then please let me know, because we should address that. I'm also perfectly happy building the organization that the team wants. I would prefer us to all work together on it, but I don't think I am necessary in doing this. So if people want to do that, that's fine. I shouldn't be responsible for it, though, and I shouldn't have to personally, hurt myself and my life and my family for it, because it's not mine, right? So that's the concept of like a fork. But I'm perfectly happy to help and support people who want to spearhead and do the work and make it happen. That's what it comes to doing the work. So for me, that's the main goal of tomorrow's session, is to just get to work on implementing the whole brand new structure and understanding the budget, understanding everything that's happening in the evolution of the organization, because this is the biggest thing I think that's happened for years. And it's the first time ever having a fork where I voted no and against this, and everybody pushing and voting it forward anyways, even though I had concerns. So whatever, if that's how people want to do it, that's fine. But we have to be responsible for our decisions. Like if I have more concerns that I've ever had on any proposal, and then everyone just pushes the proposal through 8.9s, take responsibility for that, In terms of my work and what I'm going to do for now moving forward is I'm basically kind of feeling like I'm on my own on just trying to do all of the, I just feel like we're going back to where we were 3 years ago, where basically it was up to me to do everything, including the taxes, or nothing got done. And that's definitely very, very demotivating and scary and concerning. So hopefully people step up and do it and make things happen quickly, because we are going to do a review of this policy in 1 month. So it's March 30th or whatever. And then we can figure out where things go from there. Because I certainly will not be waiting. And so from there, I'll just try to work out details of all the things that I think are affected by this policy tomorrow so that we can implement it. And yeah. And then from there, I think I'm just going to try to relax or whatever. I don't see much reason to put in a lot of effort after this. Check.
Okay, does that mean we are not
see?
going to have tomorrow Pacific RTVA session?
I didn't say that, but I don't know if RTVA really matters anymore. If there's no deadlines, then no one's required to really do anything. It doesn't affect their pay. I mean, I don't know if we're even
No,
allowed
that is our duty to have RTVA, right? So
Yeah, but what happens if you don't do it now? Does it just like no one can
no,
be?
the deadline will just still be there. Everything will still be there except the pay
Yeah,
stubs.
deadline will
That's
still be
it.
there. Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
but
deadline will
why
still
are
be
you
there, and
asking me then?
people will be committed to do their work. See, we are human beings, is and we are
Yeah, but
adults,
Lucy
and we
just
know
asked me
we're.
whether it was canceled. So the question is, why are you asking me if it's canceled?
If what
Hmm.
is
So
cancelled,
No,
he's
no,
just asking. See,
please,
he's
I
just
was just
asking.
asking because you feel so down, feel demotivated. So that is why I'm sorry for asking. I'm just checking on how we do my preparation for this.
I mean, it's up to you. If you want to cancel your own RTVA, that is your decision.
No, he's just asking, Jay.
Jay,
Okay.
please stop talking like that. Stop talking that way. I understand how you feel, but nobody's trying to maybe look down on you or talk down on you or all that. We are all in it together, and we're trying to find a way to move forward. Nobody is against you, okay? So I wouldn't want you to feel the way you're feeling. You're alone. We're against you. No, we actually want to do. Like I said, can we just make up your mind? Let's give this a trial, and after a month, we give evaluate on it, and you might even be happy and appreciate the fact that we brought it. So let's just try it out and see if it works instead of insisting on doing what we have been doing and then we keep complaining. Let's try something new.
Sounds good. So, I mean, as far as I agree that everything is moving forward as was before. So I don't think there's any changes, but I certainly am not sure how to engage or respond or do anything in terms of like moving everything forward. I'm not sure what I'm going to do in relationship to that. And so I think for me, I need to step back and reevaluate everything on the executive level. I feel like, based on the policy, there is somebody who should step up in a manager and or primary manager executive role to oversee this process because that's what the policy said. And that's not going to be me. So anyways, check.
Let me check
It's
out.
not gonna be you.
No,
Let
not going to
me
be me.
check out. Um,
Hey, oh my god.
checking out. It was a long session for me.
What number, Lucy?
I'm just giving session 5.5. It was a long session, and yeah, I'm going to focus on my preparation for my RTVA session, and I would like to schedule to work on Delaware State franchise fee, and I would like to I'll work on WCC amendment as well, and also payroll. Regarding this voted proposal, I know. Yes, I think, yeah, sometimes it's normal to someone to feel like lonely, if you work on something and Maybe for us, maybe we thought it is good, and we are thinkings are different. Let's see how it will work. Let's see. Maybe my question will be now. I'm just posting the question in between us, Joyce, Gloria.
Yeah.
If Namno is not going to come back, who will take the position on making this work?
Just a minute. I'm just
Okay.
clearing something.
Because
This
if somebody
proposal is
is
about
if,
the for the organization, correct?
yeah, it's for
It's not about
organization.
the one that suggested, right?
Okay.
It's not about the one who proposed.
I
So
was just asking
yeah.
So
because
so is
yeah,
it so like Joyce said, this is just there's always brainstorming sessions. There's always sessions where organizations come together and people are bringing out their strategies, suggestions, opinion on how to move the company forward. That doesn't mean that they want to superimpose or themselves on the executive and then want to you know take up the executive role and take charge. It's just a suggestion that he brought up, a proposal, like in FQN, they said if there's anything you want us to, you propose, and then we vote on it. I think that was basically what he did.
I don't have a problem. I did not even finish what I was asking. If
Okay.
now Namno is gone, who will
Mm,
guide us on how to do all this work? Because you cannot force somebody. If someone made a mind, I'm gone.
yeah.
Yeah, you can. It's not also healthier to force someone.
Mm.
Yeah.
So we are all gonna work in it together. I'll
Okay.
be there because the basic thing, there's no much thing here. We are making it look big, like a big deal. If we are five of us, we can, or six of us, we can decide to divide into two teams or three teams, and then we prioritize our work based on client work and deadlines, and then we share the work on a weekly basis and focus and give ourselves timeline to do the work, and we review. So it's basically a simple, we keep going over it, it's looking like it's a big deal. So after a month, we evaluate and compare with what we have, the policies we have before, and if it's not working, we can go to whatever that is working. So that's just the
Yeah, I was just asking because they said no, you need to contact will it oversee. I don't have any bad intention for sure
that's
because
the thing. And there's no need of saying who will oversee. That's for
okay,
me. No
okay,
need
then
of
I'm
saying who
I
sorry.
mean,
will.
I'm sorry for asking that then.
I mean, another example could be like, okay, if the team wants to do this, right? I mean, I read the proposal. It says very specifically, structure of the organization includes leadership, executive oversight of the management team, and the managers that are then responsible for making sure work gets done. So we need to discuss the structure and the responsibility. But if nobody in the current team wants to do that, then that sounds like recruitment. Otherwise, we need to think about what's going on with the proposal. So for me, it's like if this
I
is
can
something,
oversee that if you want like someone
Yeah,
to
I
say
suggest
I
Gloria
can
will.
oversee that. I can oversee
yeah.
that.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Gloria. Okay, who's next? Gloria, would you like to? Is that your? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not yet your.
I can check out. So for me, the session is 5.0. It was a very, very long session, and I was initially hopeful about the session turning out to help the organization and the workers, to get better and keep improving. But at the end, I wouldn't say how I'm feeling right now. At the end, I'm not happy the way it ended. That we weren't able to agree. So I will be available for the emergency session tomorrow, and I will work on maybe I'll work with Lucy on Delaware franchise taxes because of the 100% deadline, pay stop deadline. Then I will be working on um, external income generation as well. Okay. And check.
Did somebody come?
I got kicked out and came back in.
Ah, okay. For me, okay. Can somebody take note, please? Gloria or
Okay.
Lucy? Yeah.
My machine hangs. It say you can't write anything.
Okay. Okay. So,
Say offline.
me?
Mine.
Ah,
One
yours. Okay.
Excel.
Okay.
Excel.
Okay.
I can try. I can write.
For
Just
me, the session was maybe 4. I'm quite sad as what happened. Really, I thought it will come out very well because I wanted to give this suggestion a try for at least a month and then see how it comes. And it's so sad to see Nanmo go because he's very promising. Uh, Same with Gloria, you know. But anyway, what to do? Hmm. So I will be there at the emergency meeting tomorrow. And did we announce? Not yet, no? Okay, I will announce it. Okay, that's all I can say for now. But we try to
Um,
help each other to make this success. You know, I believe that if we help each other, we can do it.
okay. I wanted to say one more thing. Obviously, if anyone needs to leave, you can go. But two things. One, in the wrap up line 48, 49, I put together a new structure and work model, work organizing spreadsheet. So this can kind of be where we start setting up this new model. So this kind of replaces the functionality plan spreadsheet.
Where did you put Jay?
Line 48 on the wrap up.
Ah, okay.
So we can start like just indexing information, looking about next step priorities, like how this is all going to move forward, and then we can organize this all for tomorrow. Right. And then in terms of my thoughts overall, it's just like you know I have so many proposals, and like it's so hard to even get my proposals prioritized and discussed, let alone voted on. I mean, I've been trying for at least a month and a half, maybe 2 to 3 months, trying to address the back pay proposal issue, and we didn't even get a vote on it. Right. So I mean, we voted on this one thing, but even changing it, updating it today, we didn't even vote on it. And so it's like to go from like me trying to get things just to get voted on and addressed for months, months, months. Nobody does the voting forms. Nobody follows up on the voting forms. So that's any proposals during the session. And then when I say like, why do this immediately? Why not give a more discussion and have this be implemented at the end of the month or for the next month? I mean, we've never ever done anything like this before, where it's immediately implemented. You know, even against people's interests. So I would just never do that. I don't understand it. I don't understand why we can't take our time to think things through and even get, I mean, it must be immediate. We can't even have input from the HR board. And then when I say we should have input in the HR board, people get upset and then quit. I mean, it's just, the whole thing to me is just on a little bit jaw dropping. Like, I don't understand it. I think we should take things a lot slower. I don't understand why this needs to happen so quickly. I mean, I literally didn't even understand the proposal until like an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago. After 10 hours of talking about this over 2 days, I had no idea what the proposal even was, except we're going to go to pay stops. And then it was like, oh, here's a whole thing I had written. And then it was like, okay, finally an hour goes by. Now I finally understand it. And then next thing you know, it's already passed, immediately implemented, that changes our budget by over $2,500 and gets rid of all the price. I mean, it's like from understanding the proposal to now being implemented within like really minutes, like an hour and a half. It's just I would never do that. And I have never done that. I don't think I've ever pushed that ever. I would take my time. If people don't want to talk about something, if people don't want to approve something right away, I take my time on it. And if people want to take months and months and months, I hate it. But I just don't know how to force people to vote on things and to move things forward if they don't agree to it, you know? So anyway, that's just my thought in terms of like learning and trying to improve. But I'm happy that Nemo brought the proposal. I think it's great that the team is taking initiative and leadership, and hopefully that will continue. And we'll just see how this evolves. But I did want to mention that, you know, I'm still jaw dropped and blown away at this immediate implementation timeline. And maybe we'll address that some more tomorrow. We'll see what happens. All right, so thank you guys so much for sticking around and getting through this. I guess technically we are at like
6
6 hours, yeah.
Mm.
6 hours.
And
Wow.
also, like doing a 6-hour session is
I-
one thing, but doing a 6-hour session where nobody cares about the policies and doing the policy training and actually doing breaks and, you know, all of it is just brutal. Like I can't
So,
stand it.
so Jay, how many hours policy are we doing on this?
I understand we're doing 6 hours for our tracking of our work. And now under our new policies, I think we get paid for all 6 of those hours because there's no limit on people's pay or something. I don't even understand it. Or maybe there's only a limit if you get your max pay. So we're paying everybody max budget.
So,
What was it?
Policy training.
What was it? I think we're done. I just wanted to mention the last thing about the frustration about just that it's everything's so sudden for me, you know. But I think it's fine. I just wanted to mention it. So I'm gonna take my hours, and then we're done. Right? Anything else?
yeah.
Anything else before I go?
No.
No, nothing.
Okay. You all have a good day. Take care.
You
Bye.
too.
All right, take care. Bye.